This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome to Juma Private Game Reserve. We're currently looking at a bachelor herd of impala near Kalagopan. It is warm this afternoon. It is a beautiful weather actually. So the plan for this afternoon, we will be reporting live from Juma, Pride Lands and Ngala. Hopefully we'll get great sighting this afternoon. We're very excited to have all of you on board with us. So jump on board and welcome to your very own live safari through the African bush. Welcome back again. Beautiful impala male there. Very nice horns. As I was saying, it's very warm this afternoon at Juma, which is nice compared to this morning. My name is Cedric. I have BK on camera with me this afternoon, and we're very happy to have you with us. Our plan on our side this afternoon, we didn't plan anything very special, so I think we'll bumble around and see what we can find. I know that Tingana is in the area of Kalagopan where we are now, so we will drive around and see if we can locate him. But it is still warm now, so I think it will be maybe lying down in the shade. Don't forget to send us your question on hashtag WildEarth. Also, you can go at FC on YouTube or register on our website on the live safari page to send your question. For the kids, we would like to hear from you as well. You can send us an email at kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Please tell us your age as well. It's great to receive questions from the kids. This morning was a bit quiet for us. We got a nice big herd of buffalo, but no predators unfortunately. It was very nice that Lorraine got the wild dogs at the end of a morning drive. Hopefully we'll be able to find something interesting this afternoon. I think for the meantime maybe we might go check the Gary Dam because it is quite warm, so maybe some animal would be there drinking now. Okay, on our side we'll start moving. Let's see what is the weather at all our locations.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a very happy afternoon here in Juma. We are sitting here with the wild dogs. My name is Lauren. I do have Davi on camera, and the dogs haven't moved since this morning. They're still on quarantine, positioned, some in the shade, some not in the shade. Some just fit nicely in between the sort of slithers of branches that are providing shade on the ground. Others just lying in the sun. It's winter sun, remember, so it's not completely hot, sweltering hot. It's warm, but it's a winter sun. Look, I was just looking at that one down. That one's loving life, having the best time on quarantine sunbathing. It was such a lucky find. I'm guessing it's the Sands pack, but I haven't been able to ID them. Any help that you can give us would be most appreciated. But it is the Sands pack that have been around regularly, from Triple M, moving from sort of the west to the east, to the west to the east. And they crossed in this morning very quietly, and nobody realised they were here. Linda! Woohoo! Your favourite animal? Well, I am very glad I found your favourite animal, Linda. What a great favourite animal to have, the wild dogs. Or the painted wolves, or the painted hunting dogs. They've got lots of different names. They used to be the Cape hunting dog, but the Cape's sort of been removed because they are found in various countries throughout Africa. It's not just South Africa. Ah, there's everybody else. I almost didn't see you guys. Thank you, James Richard. You have confirmed it's a Sands pack. Thank you so much. I guessed as much, but that is not from IDing them, just through the knowledge that it's the Sands pack that have been around. And I just mentioned the other day, I have not seen dogs this entire stint. I've had lots of incredible leopard action. It's really been a stint of leopards. Actually, I've noticed it go through phases. Sometimes it's a stint where it's just all about the hyenas. Sometimes it's lions. This stint has really been the stint of the leopards, I must say. I've had some incredible sightings. You know, when they're flat like that, they really do disappear. They don't really stand out like lions do. The big bulbous bodies lying on the ground, they really just sort of blend into the environment. Have you look at that one in the back now? Look at this. Linda, your favourite animal is sunbathing. So I don't know where they came from this morning. I think the south. I don't know. I think they already went to Tumbeta to drink because we found their tracks. And then I thought, hold on a minute. There was 3 minutes to go until the end of drive. Look up and there's the dogs. Ah, we're too hot now. Okay. So I'm hoping that they do go to Tumbeta Pan to drink. That would be ideal. It's a lovely little pan. And naturally, quarantine's a perfect hunting grounds. But I don't see a single impala. I wonder why that is. Doggies? I think the impala know you guys are here. Okay, I'm definitely not going anywhere. We're going to sit with the Sands pack, but we're going to send you guys over to Dan at Ngala to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to andBeyond Ngala. What we've got here, I know Marcus was with them this morning, is pretty much the entire Birmingham Pride, which is quite amazing and quite unusual to have them together at the moment. They haven't been spending a lot of time together. I know it's going to be tricky to see all 23 of them because they scattered all over the place. But it's so amazing to see this huge pile of lions, 2 white ones included, both the Ross males, the young Birmingham male as well. They're all lying around. Cubs in the background, I can hear kind of fighting for suckling kind of space. But good afternoon, everybody. I'm Daniel Fisher, and on camera this afternoon we've got Owen Dull. So these lions were left not very far away from camp, and I thought it would be a really good chance to come and have a look at them first thing this afternoon. It's feeling a lot like a summer's day, really warm, and it was... A couple of them are actually getting up and mobile, and it's pretty hot as we're sitting here as well. Most of them are lying in the shade. It's kind of like summer's on its way. Can you hear that kind of growling? It sounds like one of the cubs on the far side is getting bullied off of one of the teats. And it's so amazing to see everybody together. I mean, the sub-adults of this pride, the young male and those other 2 young males and the young 2 females, have been spending a lot of time away from the pride recently and covering huge distances. It's interesting to see them lying so close to the dominant Ross males. They have pretty much become completely intolerant of them in the past few months. I mean, the young males are getting to that age where they are being chased away from the pride, and that's generally around 2.5 years old. They're getting closer to 3 by now, and it's because they're starting to, like, their hormones are starting to develop and they're starting to become adult lions, adult male lions. I know when you're big enough or strong enough just yet to kind of compete for a pride, but they'll have to spend the next few years on their own, kind of dodging between other lion pride territories. I'm sure they're going to spend a lot of time scavenging. I think even in the past few months, they have been stealing a lot of carcasses, either from leopards, maybe the odd other lion that they find along the way, hyenas. Even this morning, I think they managed to steal a carcass. I'm not 100% sure what happened, but I think it was a Ngala carcass, and maybe it was from a leopard in the area that killed it. Their senses will be super alert. I mean, even though they look fast asleep as we're sitting here now, their ears are always listening. Look at the little cubs moving around there in the background. Their ears will always be listening, and if they hear an alarm call or the sound of an animal potentially dying, they will react and respond to that very quickly, particularly the subadults who aren't very good hunters just yet. You'll also see, I think they're hanging in this area, and they've got 23 lions together. That's some serious strength. And there was a herd of buffalo that was here this morning. I wonder if they're not kind of just hanging around here waiting for the sun to go down before they start their hunt, and they're going to try and follow that herd of buffalo. Now, try and imagine feeding 23 lions. A buffalo is the perfect kind of prey that you're going to have to be targeting. Nice and big, weighing just less than a ton, or if it's a male at least. And that's a lot of food, enough food to sustain 23 lions. So it'll be very interesting to see what they do. I'm going to probably spend a bit more time here. I'm sure there's going to be a bit of competition for the sighting this afternoon, as it is quite special. See what happens in the next short while before another guide comes and replaces me. But until then, I'll send you over somewhere else.
Yes, welcome back with us. We are at Gary Dam at the moment, and we found this big hippo. He was outside the water, but now he's making his way back into the water. I'm just going to stay a bit quiet and let you enjoy. Very nice. Apart from this hippo, there's not much happening at Gary Dam, so we'll probably start moving again soon.
Good afternoon and welcome to WildEarth. We're live at Eco Training Pridelands and we're out on bushwalk at the moment. We're close by to one of the dams and deciding still which direction we're going to go, depending on which tracks we're going to find. So my name is JP LaRue. I'm behind the camera. We've got Paul. So just to point out a few of the tracks that we so far found over here. We've seen that there's a number of baboons that came for a drink at our local water hole. And here we can see the front hand and the hind foot right over here. So what I do find quite interesting is normally when they do walk is that they will put the opposite foot and hand together. However, here it seems if both the same hands have been put together, as we can't see the thumb underneath the main foot. And there we go, there's the opposable thumb, which is one of the most defining characteristics of primates. The only primate group that I do know that does not have an opposable thumb is the spider monkeys, as they have to swing from branch to branch and a thumb will be getting in the way. Another group of animals that I do know from Southern Africa that has opposable thumbs is otters, and therefore they can be quite dexterous at handling a number of different food things as well as when they're busy feeding. So we're going to move on and go and see what else we can go and find, and then let's go and see what Lauren and the dogs are up to.
The dogs have not moved, but we have. We've now got some shade, which is really necessary when you're out here in the hot sun. It doesn't stay hot for long, but it's hot. Don't they just look so sweet? They really do just look like a domestic dog like this. And of course they're not. But they also do look a little bit hyena-ish in the way that we're looking at them right now. And they were originally thought to be a hyena. I just love that fact. Oh, sorry. They just gave each other a fright. Oh, and now they're kissing to make up. Okay, so we've got a lot of bodies in. I haven't done a complete count yet, but there are more dogs than I thought there were. But yes, they were originally called Hyena picta in 1820. That's a long time ago. And in 1827 they were reclassified as what we know today, Lycaon pictus. They retained the pictus part, but nobody thinks you guys are hyenas anymore. I bet you're glad about that. We got a vegetarian here, guys. Vegetarian wild dog. Why are you eating the grass? Naturally, some animals do that. Of course, even domestic dogs do it. My old dog would always eat grass if she had a tummy upset. It's a natural laxative for a lot of carnivorous animals. Kichigumi, I've never seen it. I believe it's possible for small animals. I don't think they could take down a sort of big animal, but, you know, hunting would also include dwarf mongoose, squirrels, things like that. But really, the entire essence of being a wild dog is about the pack. The dogs are the pack, and the pack are the dogs. Pack is life. And I always talk about the sort of predator superpowers and how they all fit into this wonderful ecosystem out here. They all have their unique superpower. They can all be the same. There would be far too much competition and species would become locally extinct. So they have to have their own superpower. And as you know, cheetahs is speed and lions is power. Hyenas scavenging, I guess. Leopards hoist. Wild dogs, it's the pack. That's their superpower. So to find a dog on their own, something must have happened. And if the dog really cannot reunite with the pack, if they can't find the pack, they've sort of all scattered somehow, then yes, they absolutely could feed themselves. But I doubt it would be something large when they're used to hunting with the pack. Or they could just eat grass. When all else fails, eat grass. Wild dogs actually hunt every day and require more meat relative to their size than lions do. So lions can eat and then not feed for another few days. It's not like that for the metabolism and the energy requirements of wild dogs. So beautiful. I have to say I was overjoyed this morning when I spotted them. I'm so happy that they're still here. It's been too long since I spent time with you guys. And you know, it cools down quickly in winter. It really does. So I don't think we're going to have to wait too long before they all start to get mobile. And the sort of greeting ceremony, the meeting ceremony after sleeping all day is, oh, I love it. I love it so much. And hopefully it's going to happen right in front of our vehicle. Dogs sacrifice almost everything for the pack, actually. It's almost as if it's wired into their DNA. Being a wild dog is just all about sacrificing everything for your pack. It's nice to just watch animals sleep for some time. So I'm going to stick with the Sands pack and we're going to send you guys over to Dan with the Birmingham Pride.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Just like Lauren, I'm also sticking around here. So while it's hot and there's not too much else going on, I'm just going to spend some time. I mean, there is quite a bit of movement here. This young male keeps putting his head up, watching around, smelling. I actually saw his brother kind of get up, and one of the older lionesses urinated, and the young male kind of phlegm and grimaced. I don't know if you've ever seen that, when they like show their teeth and they essentially pass the pheromones or the smell through over an organ that they have in their mouth called the Jacobson organ. Essentially, it's tasting the pheromones and trying to see if the female is maybe ready to mate or when she will be. And that's the kind of thing that gets these subadults into a lot of trouble. That's the kind of behavior that more dominant males would be doing. And if they start to behave like that with the lionesses in the pride, the dominant males will get very, very impatient with them and they will chase them away. Because if those young males are looking for an opportunity to mate with the females, it's not really their kind of space. So that's the kind of stuff that gets them into trouble when they're doing that. But it seems like the Ross males either weren't watching or they weren't paying too much attention. They must be focusing on kind of catching up on some rest for tonight. you'll see the Ross males as well this evening, and having these young males like the white young male and his brothers, as well as the Birmingham male here. They will be able to take down much bigger prey like a buffalo. MK, could these be lions that you haven't met yet on Ngala? I'm afraid not. I'm pretty sure all of these lions have been seen on WildEarth, and for the past few months it hasn't been very frequent that they've all been together. A couple of them are getting up and stretching and moving around, but yes, this is the very famous Birmingham Pride, with the two very famous white lions, and for a change they are all together. A couple of them are getting up. I wonder if they're not actually heading to water. That'll be very interesting to see if they are. Let's just see if anybody else has a similar reaction to those two lionesses that just got up. Doesn't seem like anybody else is too interested as we speak. Oh, maybe. Yeah, a couple of them are getting up. I think it might be a good idea for us to actually, there's water not too far away from here. I wonder if we shouldn't go and try and catch up and try and get to the watering hole before they do. So if you just bear with me for a few moments, let me try and get out of here. Now that I'm saying they're going to be going to the watering hole, they might just be finding another more quiet spot to settle down, just because there are lots of lions here. And you'll see when one gets up and wants to irritate the other one, lions are very touchy with each other. They always want to be on top of each other and like reaffirming their bonds. But it's still early on in the day, and they're going to need a lot of rest for tonight if they are going to be hunting that buffalo herd. Let's see. A couple of them are still heading back towards the road. A few of them have kind of settled down a little bit further over here. There are a couple of cubs in the shade of that tree. But I'm going to go ahead, just try and see if we can predict. Oh, no. Looks like they're just going to be lying down here. But it's good to see some activity. I mean, I was really mentioning how hot it is today, and it's almost feeling like a summer day. I know I'm still wearing a jersey or a jacket, because I know come the next hour or so, it's going to start cooling down quite rapidly. Zip this up. So I just want to kind of have a look from the road here, see if any of these lions are really interested in moving this way permanently, or if they're actually just trying to get away from everybody else. Okay, so as I continue to move around, you're seeing if any of these lions are really interested in going to the water. I'm just going to kind of hang here for a moment, see if they don't keep coming this way.
One thing that WildEarth strives to achieve is to connect kids with our natural world. One person who agrees with this is Kate, an 11-year-old girl who founded Kids Can Save Animals, to help inspire her generation to help mend the planet. Her motto is that kids may be young, but age does not define your impact. Kate is coming all the way from America to join us at Juma for a live safari. She wants to connect with all of the WildEarth kids, answer your questions, and help you understand that there are plenty of ways that you can make a difference regardless of your age. So join us on the 4th of August at 2:30 p.m. Central African Time for a very special kids safari.
Hi, I'm Nikki, your guide here at andBeyond Ngala. So my favorite animal in the African bush definitely has to be the zebra, because like people, with our fingerprints, every single zebra has a different stripe pattern. And, of course, a group of zebras together is called the dazzle. How unique is that? Come and join me or one of my colleagues here in Ngala for a sunrise and sunset safari on WildEarth.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Everybody's still snoozing. No movement at this side. Sometimes we go through periods of really having a lot of wild dog interactions. A lot. I remember they were here on Juma for a period of about 2 weeks every single day. And then we go through long periods without. Oh. And it's been quite a while. Andrew got lucky the other day. Andrew saw some dogs, but it has really been a while since we've had some decent wild dog sightings on Juma. And that's, of course, because they're not territorial. They have home ranges, yes, large home ranges. But they really are the vagabonds of the bush. They're not strictly territorial in their movements, which means they can roam wherever. They go with the flow, they go with the foot. And any sort of time, it does differ across the board, but it's on average between April to September when they start their denning period, which is normally 3 months. Granny Bumble? I don't know if the Sands Pack have pups, I'm afraid. As I mentioned, I haven't seen them in a really long time. And I did see one of the females stand up earlier, and she had really sort of prominent mammary glands. The denning period, as I was just stating, is winter. It coincides with winter for wild dogs, and they could possibly be denning. That's definitely a possibility, but I really personally don't know, I'm afraid. It's definitely the time for denning for dogs. The dog dynamics have been really interesting here of late. Packs breaking apart, packs switching up. But maybe some of you guys know if the Sands Pack have been sighted with pups or denning. The mortality rate for the pups is also very low, I'm afraid. Den sites are normally kept quite quiet here, as they should. There's really no need for lots of vehicles to visit den sites. And they're quite strict about it in the sands. Obviously, if someone finds a den site, it should be called in. Everyone should know that it's there, and everyone should be told to avoid it. You don't want vehicle traffic. You don't want attracting the attention of any other predators. It's a very sensitive sighting, a wild dog den. They can have lots and lots of puppies, but sadly, the pup mortality rate is really high. as most of you well know, they are Africa's second most endangered carnivore. The Ethiopian wolf naturally being the first. And it's quite remarkable, they're both canids. They're both in the same sort of group. And it's remarkable how different they actually are. There's similarities between them, of course. But the Ethiopian wolf is definitely larger. Taller, more body mass, much thicker, bushier tail. I would even say bigger skull.
Good afternoon, Mobile Sushi.
Just let Aubrey know that I'm with these doggies. Good afternoon, Obs. I'm with the Madash on quarantine.
Yeah, okay. Can I come and join, Dora?
Absolutely. Make your way.
Okay.
Both Davi and I are not getting that name, I'm afraid. I'll let Elton try it one more time.
Infinite.
Okay, we got the question, don't worry, but I'm not getting this name, I'm afraid. You're asking how often does a pack leadership change? With wild dogs, it is an alpha male and female. They are the ones who do sort of all the breeding, all the mating. Although betas have been known to mate, but generally speaking, it should be the alpha pair. And if something does happen to the alpha male or the alpha female, the beta can step up to the plate and change, but that would only be if something happened to the male or female. So it only really changes when something happens. There has been evidence of packs breaking apart and rejoining other groups, but generally speaking, looking at a normal structured pack, the alpha pair should remain the alpha pair until they, of course, do pass away. Sometimes the beta pair do breed, which is a very unique situation. It was always thought that the alpha pair would kill the beta pair's pups. But it's been recorded a few times that they actually don't. They're accepted. It's also been recorded that they have been killed, but not always. And then, of course, the young ones, the pups, they also disperse. They leave their founder pack to create their own pack, but generally speaking, the alpha pair shouldn't change. It's not too unlike dwarf mongoose in terms of the social structure with the alpha male and female. Okay, as I sit with the dogs, we're going to send you guys over to Dan.
Okay, welcome back everybody. So a couple of these lions have actually all got up and they've moved slightly further east. I think they are just looking for shade and they've kind of scattered around a little bit. The white female's just walking over here as well. I know she's behind a bush for now, but kind of just heading directly east. There is water there, which is where I thought they might be going, but it's not the case. They had a very small meal this morning and Ngala didn't last 10 minutes and there wasn't even everyone there. So they did go and have a water at that little pan system this morning. But yes, it's super, super good. I mean, the males have been left behind, excuse me, where we first were earlier, and they're just really focusing on getting some rest. And you'll see they've been kind of hanging around the back end of the pride, like kind of keeping up, or just keeping up and not letting them get out of their sight. And I think the biggest reason is that Birmingham male, who's actually in the past 2 months grown unbelievably so. And he's been hanging around with the lionesses, and the lionesses are very happy with him to be moving with them, but the males have been watching him very carefully, getting into the odd little scrap when need be. But yeah, so these lions moving to where they are now hasn't forced those males to put their heads up at all, because they know they're still within eyesight. And I think they're all looking super. Oh, speak of, here's a male right here, just kind of snuck up on us. This is one of the Ross males. As I'm saying that, within eye distance here, this guy just sneaks back up, make sure everybody is actually where they are supposed to be, and that none of these young males are doing what they're not supposed to be. He's looking exhausted. He may have a big part to play in the takedown of a buffalo later. This lioness wasn't so happy with him, kind of coming and lying right next to him. This is one of the mothers of the smaller cubs who are all around here as well. It'll be interesting to see if some of these cubs don't get up and follow her. You see how they're just watching her, just seeing where she goes and what she's doing and why. Because she just got up 5-10 minutes ago to get to the spot where she is now, and everybody followed her, and then now she's got up and moved back to where they came from. I think the male kind of chased her there. She doesn't want the presence of the male being right next to her, so close to her. This one watching, but not too interested. More interested in getting some rest. Mike, lions sure know how to relax. That is true, but they have to be. One of the biggest reasons that they do so much relaxing is because they need to be very clever as to how they use their energy. So this kind of relaxing time is incredibly important to conserving energy. Their food or their prey isn't just easily found around here. They have to put an incredible amount of effort to find and catch their prey. And even sometimes they put in a lot of effort, a lot of the time, in fact, put in a huge amount of effort, and the prey might get away. And then you don't get any reward for your effort. So they've got to be very careful with how they use their energy, and moving around in the heat like this, your body will use quite a lot of energy in actually trying to keep it cool. So when they can use the advantage of having shade to keep them cool, they'll take this time to relax. And obviously once the sun goes down, they have the added advantage and the added benefit of having the camouflage and the cover of darkness to hunt and move around. Whereas generally the prey that they're targeting are moving around during the day, trying to avoid the presence of these lions, and their eyesight during the day is much better than that in the nighttime. So during the daytime, yes, lions do spend a lot of time resting, but it is incredibly important. They need to be as energy efficient as they possibly can. It's quite a cool scene here though. There's just lions lying everywhere. Sounds like some elephants. Did you hear that? I don't know if you heard it, but did you see how these lions' ears all flicked up and looked that way? Lions and elephants don't have an amazing relationship. If an elephant were to walk in here, these lions would very quickly make some space. I mean, an elephant is much bigger and much stronger than these lions. And if an elephant were to come in here, it's not a prey, or it probably isn't going to be prey because it is too big and the risk and reward don't kind of match up.
We're just sitting here with the Sands pack of wild dogs. And my goodness, they're sleepy. You can see they've just positioned themselves in the shade of the marula, which is entirely normal. Wild dogs don't really get active until the sun gets lower. But I personally find it really relaxing watching animals sleep, especially dogs. So let's just sit here for a moment or two, listen to all the sounds, and watch the wild dogs. Aren't they just adorable? Don't be fooled. They definitely will be getting up soon.
Welcome back with me. So we're currently on Aubrey's Road. We did quite a loop around here, around Galagopan, but no luck for us. So we're just driving around and see what we can find. We saw some elephant not too far from here this morning after the drive, so hopefully I'm hoping that we can find some elephant. It's always nice to spend time with elephants. Always time, yeah. BK agree. I'm still hoping to find a predator this afternoon though. But we will find what we find. It's part of the adventure. Okay, so we're going to continue and maybe check the western area of Juma. In the meantime, we'll send you to down with the lions.
Good luck with your search there, Cedric. So we're still here with these lions. I might spend a little bit more time there over here, and then I might carry on with drive, maybe go check some of the watering holes, as it is probably one of the hotter days we've had in a while. It's quite nice to feel the sun beating down on us. This morning was very chilly, and I'm sure this evening will be chilly again. Yeah, I mean, there's quite a lot of buffalo dung in this area, like where we're sitting right now. The lions are actually lying in and amongst a whole lot of buffalo dung. I'm sure that herd that was here this morning was feeding exactly where we are right now. And And this pride of lions is probably just going to put their noses to the ground and just follow the scent of where this buffalo herd went from here. There's a small, one of the little cubs has kind of just stood up here. I wonder if it's not calling for that female. Look here, it's maybe going to try and... It's got a very full tummy, that little one. I mean, its tummy doesn't need nearly as much food as the rest of these lions. And I mean, that little cub is still very much suckling. And I wonder if it's not looking for that female that got up earlier and walked back behind us. And with the very full tummy like it has got, I'm sure it spent a lot of time suckling. Maybe it even got some of the small carcass this morning. I mean, it's starting from about 3 months old or so. Oh, let's see here. The lioness is up. Coming right towards us, right past us. It'll be interesting to see. I'm sure this little cub's going to follow her, in fact. Maybe I'm wrong. Sorry, gone past. Yeah, not following, but watching. Maybe it found a good spot there in the shade. Slightly better spot. There are 2 cubs there, in fact. I know it's very difficult to see. Very, very well hidden in the grass. Well, one of them's up. One of them's got up and it's going to follow that female. Doesn't want to let it go too far. I mean, the mother's an incredibly important protection mechanism to these cubs. She also is lactating and is feeding these 2 at the moment. And the lions, even at such a young age, have got incredibly large appetites. Okay, and they've just gone behind us. I'm not sure that female's going to be so keen to suckle right now. She may do. I'll keep a listen out. We'll probably hear them suckling if they do start to suckle, in which case I'll try and move around and see if we can get that. But they're actually still walking behind us, going a bit further away, looking for another shady spot. Look, even this third one. Oliver, at what age will they no longer be called cubs? I mean, they're obviously born cubs, and when they are born, they're born blind, deaf, can't move around, and they'll be pretty useless and very well hidden for the first few months of their life. Then they start eating meat at around 3 months old or so. Then, getting closer to 1.5 to 2 years old, we might start to call them subadults. And then become full adult lions maybe around 4.5, 5, and pretty much fully grown around 6. So I guess you could stop calling lion cubs after about 1.5 towards 2 years old. And then they go from cubs to subadults to adults after that. You see the cubs as well. I mean, all their heads are up at the moment. We were talking about conserving energy earlier. Cubs have got excess energy, or quite a lot of excess energy compared to the adults. They don't really have to worry so much about using their energy to hunt. They're using their energy at the moment almost solely to play and move around. And even at the moment, this pride moved an incredibly large distance. It wasn't so much last night, but the night before, they moved a huge distance, and the cubs were absolutely exhausted. So they'll be conserving their energy for these big moves in the evenings, particularly at the moment with 23 lions. They're going to have to move far to find enough food to keep everyone satisfied and everyone full, unless they manage to take down a buffalo or a giraffe. And this pride kind of specializes in killing those bigger animals and being able to provide food for everyone. It's not easy to bring down buffalo, or giraffe for that matter. They are incredibly big, strong animals. And when you take the chance of trying to bring down a buffalo or a giraffe, you take your life in your own hands. And it's kind of like an injury out here is the difference between life and death. So you'll often find younger lions or smaller prides of lions actually avoiding hunting buffalo and giraffe, just because the risk of taking them down is just too high. If you catch a horn in the side or a kick from a giraffe, that kick will kill a lion if it's placed correctly, or break a lion's leg, which might be the difference between life and death. You'll also see, like, if they take down a buffalo or one lioness, which is not impossible. I've seen lionesses on their own taking down buffalo bulls before. You run the risk of being overthrown by either other lions and or hyenas. And we're talking about energy conservation once again. You use an unbelievable amount of energy trying to bring down one of these bigger animals, and it's exhausting. And once you've brought it down, you actually want to be able to reap the benefits of having the food that you've caught, or almost all of it. If you take down a buffalo, you'll often find hyenas actually waiting for lions to complete the takedown and the kill before they move in and start to compete against the lions. And that's because they want the lions to do the extra hard work of bringing the animal down and running the risk of being injured. Then the hyenas can come in and kind of add another dimension in terms of threatening the lions and allowing them to think twice about how much they actually want that food. And you'll see if a lot of hyenas come up against one or two lions, the lions will often, well, it's not easy, but they will often kind of just give up their kill. Particularly if there's 20 or 30 hyenas kind of ganging up on one or two lions, and if they're cubs in the area, they would rather let their kill go, because there's a good chance of them maybe making another kill later on in the day or in the evening or the next couple of days. But if they sustain an injury in trying to fight off a hyena, that could be the difference between life and death. So they've got to pick their battles very carefully. The wind has just started to pick up as well, and it's blowing from the east. Sorry, I'll get back to what direction the wind is blowing. Magic Dragon, how big does a pride of lions have to get before they kind of break away? Now, it all depends on the area that they are in and how much food is actually available and how many resources, water, food. And so this pride of lions a few years ago, about 5 years ago, maybe even 5.5 years ago, got to about 28 lions before they split up and separated into two prides, into this pride, the Birmingham Pride, and the Birmingham Breakaway Pride, that hangs around more in the western part of our property. So now at 28 lions, we were discussing how this pride at 23 lions has to focus on hunting bigger prey like buffalo and giraffe. When you get to 28 lions, you're going to be needing to take down bigger prey like that very frequently. And it's not that easy, particularly if there's not an abundance of buffalo or giraffe in and around the area. Now, at the moment, there are quite a few buffalo and giraffe on Ngala, but because there are no fences around, if the lions are just targeting the buffalo herds who aren't territorial, they'll just kind of move off. And then what does a pride of 28 lions do? So you might find one or two of the lionesses actually just kind of breaking away from the pride and just moving off on their own, because it's easier for them to hunt smaller animals like impalas, maybe on a frequent basis, but it's easier for them to feed themselves and their cubs rather than try and get scraps from everybody else.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Agama Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where
believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I'm thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
We went for a little bumble there. We could hear alarm calls coming quite, well, we think from around Gowrie Dam area. Couldn't see anything, but we have sent Cedric in that direction. Could possibly be Tingana or another leopard. It's definitely worth checking out. But going back to that question about wild dogs hunting on their own, I'm not sure if you've ever heard of the wild dog called Tswalu. She's quite famous. I don't know if she's around anymore, but she was from Mombo Island, which is in Botswana's Okavango Delta. And there was wild dogs everywhere there, but the competition got too fierce from lions and hyenas and various other predators that completely decimated the dog numbers of wild dog populations. And all that remained at one point was a pack of three individuals from what once was a larger pack, and it was two males and then Tswalu, who probably wasn't called Tswalu at that point, I'm going to guess. And eventually those two males just completely disappeared. So Tswalu was on her own, and I'm guessing that's when she became Tswalu. And she hunted for, I think it was around 6 months completely on her own. I'm not even sure what it was that she was eating, but she was focusing on just getting enough energy to survive, and the primary focus was avoid predators. She kept calling, apparently, for her missing mates, which is terribly sad, but no one ever came. She was just on her own. And this is obviously extremely interesting to sort of science, to research, and it was assumed at one point she may just try and find other dogs and join a new pack. But I guess she did form a new pack, it just wasn't with dogs. Tswalu is extremely famous for joining up with hyenas. Genuinely joining up with hyenas, and all we see hyenas follow the dogs here, spotted hyenas. We see that interaction regularly. Tswalu literally joined forces with the hyenas, and they are competitors, I guess. But she also started hanging out with jackals. Blackback jackals. She spent all her time with hyenas, but she would also spend time with blackback jackals. And I believe at some point in time you could see them all hunting together. The hyenas, Tswalu, and the jackals. Cooperatively, not competitively. Can you believe that? It's a lovely story. I'm sure you can Google it and get more information than I am given, or maybe even some videos, but it just worked for them. Tswalu was no longer alone. She was absolutely fine at hunting alone. That wasn't the problem. The problem was evading predators. And being surrounded by hyenas, at least, she had protection. And, of course, they had a stable food supply, but really, at the end of the day, it was protection. So, was her instinct to have a pack, find a pack, so intrinsic, so within her DNA that she couldn't find any other wild dogs? There was no other wild dogs around. So was it a case of her innate biological drive, just finding anyone to create a pack with. I'm speculating here, but it has seemed her biological drive she couldn't overcome. She was solo for a long time, but that drive to be with others, to be in a pack, won. And she formed a pack with whoever she could. But if you've never heard of solo before, I'm sure most of you have, Google it. You'll see the most wonderful pictures and wonderful photos. But I do believe she's not been sighted in quite some time. That's a massive example of interspecific species interactions, relationships, alliances. It's a good example of just how much the pack really is wired into their DNA. And that's their superpower. Every organism is a superhero in its own way. You've just got to find its superpower. You've just got to study it hard enough to figure out what is a superpower. Even mosquitoes, even ticks, even steenbok, even birds, the starlings, they've all got a superpower. Even us, I guess. Humans have superpowers too. We just sometimes tend to overlook what humans are amazing at. We're so busy tearing each other apart. But we definitely have powers too. Adam, no, they're not. They are strong, they're absolutely strong, but nowhere near that of a hyena. Hyenas are said to have one of the most powerful mammalian bites in the animal kingdom. So it's definitely not as strong as a hyena. And what you have to remember about dogs is that they're actually specialized for endurance. They're specialized for long distance running. So they hunt through coursing. They don't stalk and ambush like the cats do. They've got to run, and therefore they have really sort of well-developed nasal passages to facilitate breathing during extreme exertion. They've got slim bodies. If you think of Tingana when he's full, my goodness, that cat gets full. He needs to just rest and digest and hardly move. But dogs can't afford to be weighed too heavy, or they won't be able to get up and escape predators. So that's why they've got slimline bodies, long legs, huge ears to hear what's going on as they're running, to make sure that they're not running into any danger. And they can't be weighed down by a heavy skull. So a lion has a really heavy skull, but they don't need to sort of get up quickly and run. Hyenas have also got a heavy skull. So they have got a powerful bite, absolutely, and a strong skull. They have that carnassial shear that all carnivores have. But it's nowhere near as heavy as a hyena or a lion. It's equipped with muscles, but not on the same level, so the bite's definitely not as powerful. But it is a powerful bite, don't get me wrong. Stanford? No, they're really not. I mean, not that I have experienced. I've had wild dogs on foot quite a few times. They're really curious. They tend to trot on by. I mean, I'm sure if a human did something silly and tried to corner a dog, then of course it may be aggressive. But I'm really not aware of wild dogs being aggressive towards humans. And people have actually tried to tame wild dogs, believe it or not, but it's never been successful. They're generally sort of distrusting of humans, if you like, or any animal, not just humans, any animal outside of their own pack. They're pack animals to become sort of domesticated and be with a human. Also don't like to be touched. They don't just traits that where they like to be clapped or rubbed or massaged like what we do to our domestic dogs. but they're really not aggressive. Put quite a few times with WildEarth. Pridelands as well. They're distrusting of you, but they're not aggressive towards you. The breeze is really picking up. It normally starts to get a little bit cooler just after 4. And it's now 20 to 4, so hopefully. And they're all starting to get up. Have a little stretch, reposition. Okay, not quite. Not entirely. Okay, we're going to sit here with the dogs. I'm going to send you guys over to Cedric for an update.
Yeah, so we drove back to Gary Dam. There were some reports of impalas alarm calling, so we're checking around here. And when we arrived, there was this herd of kudus, and 2 of them was looking in one direction. So we checked, but we didn't see nothing yet. So you can see this one now on the left-hand side. Try to looking intensely in one direction. So we did drive the road, didn't see anything, but I'm pretty sure there's something around. So I think we'll stay in that area and try to look. So it might be, probably, if it's a cat, probably a leopard. Tingana was not too far from here this morning, so it might be in the bushes next to the dam. But we are not alarm calling, so we don't feel very threatened at the moment. But I will move soon. I don't want to disturb them too much, but then as soon as they move off the road, I will go and check again. Kudus are beautiful. It would be nice to see a nice big male. And there's a very nice, cute young one in that group. There's also a young male. Not sure where he is now. Okay, so we'll try to see what's happening in that area, if we can pick up anything interesting.
Okay, welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everybody, and we've actually got quite a unique scene here. There's 2 hippos returning to the waterhole at 20 minutes to 3 in the afternoon on one of the hotter days that we've had in the past few weeks. It's quite unusual. And I mean, hippos spend the majority of their time during the day. Majority of their time during the day in the watering hole, and that's because they've got this incredibly sensitive skin to the sun. So spending time in the water kind of acts as a protection mechanism. But I mean, it has been bitterly cold in the past few weeks, and this water can get very cold as well. And you can sometimes find hippos kind of like basking in the sun on very cold days. But these hippos came from quite deep in the bush. I wonder what they were doing there. Only if they weren't kind of resting in the shade, which is quite unusual for them because generally the best and safest spot for them is in the water. And you'll see they might come out of the water as the sun starts to set a little bit later, kind of spending a lot of their time out in the bush feeding on grass in the evenings. So that's quite interesting. I really thought today, I mean, in the summertime, when it's a very, very hot day, you'll often find lots of animals coming down to the waterhole to drink. And I'm surprised to actually find very few. There's quite a few birds that are flying around at the edge of the watering hole, but no antelope, no elephants. I'm sure they've been coming through here throughout the day. And it kind of has a lot to do with timing out here as well. I mean, if you are at this watering hole at the right time, you might catch all sorts of animals coming down to have a drink, a wallow. There's a little bit of a wind, it's quite chilly as well.
I have to say it's very relaxing to be sitting with stationary dogs. As many of you know, wild dog sightings can really be what they say in South Africa, hectic. Got a little chuckle out of the old cameraman there. Yes, they can really, really be a difficult one to manage. Dogs move fast and they sort of rely on a very chaotic scatter technique where they're trying to literally cause chaos. They're trying to just run onto quarantine and panic all the impala or the steenbok or the duikers, whatever they're going for. They want to create panic because when an animal is panicked, it will make the wrong decision. So they intentionally have this very chaotic technique and they all scatter. And naturally, they eat extremely fast. And why do they do that? Well, they're hungry, I'm sure. But it's also to just avoid any sort of unwanted attention. I mean, they can dispatch an adult impala in about 15 minutes, if that. And you don't want to attract hyenas, who are normally around anyway, or even lions or even leopards. They can't afford that. They know that a carcass, the smell or the sound of the kill or the alarm calls or the squeals will attract someone. And that could result in them getting hurt. Lions do kill wild dogs. Matthew, you love their coat. The mottled coat. I love it too. And you know, no two dogs will have the same coat. Some might be similar, but it's all different. If you look at them, they're all completely different. Some are more black. Some dogs can be sort of mostly black with just little patches of white and little patches of tan. I mean, some dogs can be very, very tan. If you look at that one in the background there, Dov, to the left of the marula. Yes, that one. It's very tan. I would say that's a dominant colour. Very little black, little white. It's amazing. It's like a unique fingerprint. Okay, definitely going to sit with these dogs until they get mobile. But I believe Dan is by the dam doing some birding.
There's a slender mongoose. Okay, welcome back everybody. Now, while we spent some time sitting here at the watering hole, kind of watching the hippos off, it's just gone off picture now, but we did manage to have a very brief visual of a slender mongoose. They are quite shy, actually, and you normally see them when driving, and you just see them kind of dashing across the road. This one's also just seemed to have disappeared as we started talking about it. I think we kind of startled it. But what else is here is a small flock of blue waxballs, and they actually are beautiful birds. They are tiny little things, about half the size of your hand, if that, even smaller than that. And they've got these beautiful blue underbellies, blue heads, and there's quite a few of them here, at least 6 of them. And they are just feeding on the ground here. And on this dam wall there's quite short grass. Oof, what startled them there. Well, there's still one left. Quite short grass, and with the wind that was blowing today, it would have blown quite a lot of the seeds off of this grass, and that's what these little blue waxballs are feeding on the grass seeds that are around here. You'll also see them sometimes from time to time, if available. You can hear the hippos on the left of us. If available, feeding on insects, and sometimes I've seen them feeding on small little pieces of fruit, if available as well, but mostly seeds and things like that. You also often see these waxballs in smaller flocks with firefinches, both the African firefinch and the Jamison firefinch in this area. Also an incredibly beautiful bird that you often see flying around in this flock is a green-winged petilia, and they all kind of feed on the same things and keep a lookout for danger. Being a small bird like this, you've got lots of predators, from other bigger birds to snakes as well. I mean, these blue waxballs, they make these nests that are often in kind of thorny trees, small little grass nests, and they get parasiticized, always a tongue twister, by, I just misremember, but I'm pretty sure it's a shaft-tailed whiter that parasiticizes these blue waxballs. And what that means is they kind of come in and they lay an egg. So it's a different species of bird. They come into the blue waxball's nest and they lay an egg which is very, very similar, almost identical to the egg of the blue waxball, and they'll kind of get rid of the host eggs, kind of, so that the blue waxballs will allow those eggs to hatch, and they'll raise those new shaft-tailed whiter chicks like their own until they are big enough to leave and then go and start their life elsewhere. Cuckoos are also other birds that use or that parasiticize other birds' nests. They'll have different hosts depending on the species of cuckoo. And it's amazing how quickly a cuckoo or a parasitic bird can lay an egg in another bird's nest, and how closely the eggs resemble the host's eggs. And you'll see these kind of small birds feeding these massive birds, often like big worms and things, and it's so bizarre to see, but it's because the kind of host gets tricked into believing that these eggs are in fact theirs, and that the chicks when they hatch are in fact theirs as well. It's amazing now that we've been sitting here for a little bit longer, a whole lot more waxballs have kind of joined. 3, 7, 8, 9 of them now. I counted 6 earlier, now there's about 9 of them. Nazreen, are these the smallest bird species? In South Africa, I'll actually have to double check exactly which is the smallest. They are certainly one of the smallest. I know hummingbirds are the smallest species in the world, but we don't get any of those here. So I'll have to double check. It's a good question actually, if these are the smallest birds in South Africa. So yeah, I reckon the waxball family, it'll be interesting to see. I actually must go and have a look in the book. I'll actually have a look in the book right now. Between blue waxballs, common waxballs, I think those will probably be the 2 smallest ones. Let's quickly have a look in the book. Waxballs, 506. So I'm just kind of, let's quickly get the book out here for OD here. So the waxball family here, we've got the blue waxball, violet-eared waxball, which is certainly bigger than, I'm sure it's bigger than the 14, yeah. So blue wax bull's measuring in at 12.5 centimeters. The violet-eared wax bull, which is this one over here, is at 14 centimeters. Cinderella wax bull, slightly smaller than the blue wax bull, but we don't really get it in South Africa. It's only up in the northwestern parts of Namibia that you get it. I reckon the common wax bull would probably be the closest to the blue wax bull. So 12 centimeters the common wax bull, blue wax bull 12.5. Grey wax bull says about 11 centimeters. So yeah, the wax bulls are certainly the smallest. I mean, the 5 finches will probably be on the next page. What's that? Green-winged petilia. Sweet wax bull, 9.5 centimeters. So they're all pretty small. I'll have to get exactly which is the smallest one in South Africa. But between these 5 finches, so yeah, between these 5 finches and the wax bulls, I'll have to get back to you on that exact one. But it's super interesting to watch them. I mean, they are tiny. 11 centimeters is 12.5 for these blue wax bulls. It's a tiny little bird. It's amazing to see them just hopping around in that color of blue. They're unmistakable in terms of identification. Ever so, I mean, I don't know if you saw those two at the back fly off now. They often make a very distinct call when they're flying. And you often just hear them rather than see them just because they are so small, and they make a very distinct call when they're flying straight off the ground. They make this like toot toot there. I don't know if you can hear that. I wonder if the rest of these won't kind of join up with those ones that have flown away. Maybe they're just going to go and spend some time behind me feeding on. It seems like they've kind of fed on this area here and cleaned out all the worthy seeds. Oh, there they all go. Lots of them. Oh, a whole lot more. Oh, there's another small bird. It looks like that's come into the picture here. Let's just quickly have a look. Oh, no. Gone. Oh, there were lots of those wax balls there. Okay. Let's keep going. I'm going to keep going along this dam wall. Let's see if we can find anything else.
The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine, and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
No change on this side of the world, I'm afraid. Shall we reposition a little bit, Dobby? Just got a vehicle very close beside us. I'm sure you can hear them, so we're just going to reposition slightly. The dogs are so relaxed. None of them even lift their head, really. Oh, hello. More? There we go. That's a little bit better. It's nice to give other vehicles some space. Renee and Paula make up 80% of a wild dog's diet, but as you know, they will go for steenbok, duiker. They really are quite resourceful. I've seen wild dogs take down wildebeest, zebra, and I believe there are famous wild dogs in Botswana that actually take down buffalo. Now, I guess if there's enough wild dogs, to chase a buffalo away, to separate it, and then they immediately go for the softer parts of the stomach, using their mouth, bite, eventually that buffalo is going to collapse. They don't jump on the back like lions or do a chokehold. They have a different technique. But wild dog packs have been known to take down buffalo. Can you believe that? Buffaloes are very, very large animals. I mean, they're hyper carnivores, so they do need meat. So if they really can't get impala, they will go for any other species that they can. They need to meet their energy requirements per day. That buffalo, I mean, that would take a remarkable amount of skill, and it would just take one kick from the buffalo or one push, and that could be extremely fatal for a wild dog. It's risky. And yet they do it. I love it when they do that roly-poly. A carnivore is not just a carnivore. There's actually different types of, or different levels of being a carnivore. Most of the predators that we see out here are hyper carnivores. And that really means that they need above 70% of their diet to be meat, if not more. They cannot digest vegetation. And that's exactly why a lot of hyper-carnivores, as I mentioned earlier, will eat grass, because they really can't process it, so it just flushes everything out. If they've got something unwanted in their tummy, it most likely will give them a runny tummy, which is not so pleasant, but that's what they're after. They're trying to flush out their tummies. And then you get mesocarnivores. They depend on meat for about 50% of their diet. So they'll also eat fruits, they'll also eat vegetables, even fungi. Raccoons, foxes, coyotes. And then you get the hypocarnivores. They're the ones that eat the least meat, less than 30% meat. They'll also eat sort of, again, fruits, berries, nuts, roots. But the dogs are definitely hypercarnivores. They need a lot of meat to sustain themselves. I mean, carnivores generally have a less complicated digestive system than herbivores. Herbivores is quite complicated. They have multiple little compartments in their stomach because vegetation is not easy to break down. It's not simple. It's easier to digest meat and just have a sort of monogastric system, one chamber, in, processed, out. But it's not like that with a lot of herbivores, especially ruminants. It's very complex. Jacqueline, they smell awful. It's my least favorite smell. It's definitely not my favorite smell. It's a very strong, acidic, sour, bitter smell of really strong, stale urine. They do urinate frequently all over themselves and each other. And it's a very, very strong urine smell. You can't miss it. I've found many, many wild dog sightings through following the nose. But of course, it's also endearing. It's a bit of a paradox because it reminds you of dogs. So it's a smell that you associate with these wonderful animals. So you do find it endearing in a way, but it's also awful. I know that is a massive contradiction, what I just said, but I think you know what I mean. I mean, it's not a pleasant smell. I mean, lion scat and leopard scat is awful, but this is not the scat, this is the dogs. Okay, we're going to sit here a little bit longer and we're going to send you guys over to Cedric.
Welcome back with us. We're currently looking at the tree agama. Beautiful lizard. Well, beautiful agama. Very bright colors. It is currently on a jackalberry tree. So it's quite, the contrast is quite nice. Unfortunately, we left the area at Gary down there. We did look around, we didn't see anything, but I think we might try to go again a bit later. I'm pretty sure there's something there, maybe just lying in the shade under a bush. So hopefully this, what is lying there, will start moving later and we will try it again. These agamas are beautiful. They can reach up to 40 centimeters, so quite big. And he was currently feeding while we were sitting here watching him. So they can't shed their tail like skink or lizards, or geckos, I mean. And it's always nice to see them, very, very colorful. Sometimes they left their head and it looked like they're doing push-ups. He did that earlier, hopefully we'll do it again. So we can give some painful bites apparently. They do have fang-like teeth, and if they bite you it can be quite sore. Look at this color, it's beautiful. It is not animals that you spend a lot of time with, because you don't see them often or you don't really pay attention. But when we drove now, it was lying on that jackalberry and it was very, very nice. So their closest cousin would be or chameleons. Well, agamas in general. So they are quite territorial, so they will fight intruders. So obviously they will fight the intruders to protect their territory. So we're currently next to Twin Dam. There's nothing much happening at the dam. But we'll also look around what's happening here. And if Lauren doesn't go to Gary Dam later, maybe we'll check again at Gary Dam what's happening there. And what's a bird calling now? This is our brown-headed parrots. I don't know if you could hear it. Pretty sure it's brown-headed parrots. Okay, so we'll try to find something else around here. Maybe the parrots that I was hearing now. And in the meantime, we'll send you to Lorraine with the wild dogs.
Sleepy, sleepy wild dogs. We're thinking about repositioning, but to be honest, when they all get up, it'll just be mayhem from the start. It's my favourite time to be with wild dogs. At that point when they're waking up and they're just so happy to see each other, even though they're lying next to each other. It's just a big happy occasion. Lots of social bonding. Getting ready, of course, to hunt. A very exciting time if you're a wild dog. See those long, lean, look how lean they are, narrow hips. Very, very petite. I'm marginally taller than my beagle was, but definitely a lot slimmer. By a long shot. But wild dogs are really not large. Maybe border collie size? And they need to stay lean, that's important. They need to be able to escape. They can outrun many animals here. I mean, leopards and lions can run fast, but they've not got the endurance. Wild dogs have the endurance. Okay, we're going to sit tight and hopefully it's not going to be too long now before they start getting mobile.
So we're still sitting with this tree agama. It is a beautiful thing. So basically, they get this blue head and these bright colors to attract the females when they want to mate. But also it will be, I think, a state of mood, how they are feeling. If they are angry as well, might get a bit of color as well. They also nod their head to attract the females, actually. So when I was saying earlier, when we do like little push-ups, this is what I meant. So it looked like we're doing push-up, and their heads are moving, so that helps to attract the females. So BK have been here for much longer than me. Well, I've been coming to Juma. He said to me that this one is generally quite often seen here. So that should be his territory on that tree. It is nice to know that there are some little things that we can find at the same space sometime.
We're just repositioning. We've been staring into the sun, and I really don't think that's good for anybody. So we're just repositioning so the sun is going to be behind us. So we're just taking a long, slow way around so we don't disturb the dogs. I'm also seeing stars. Okay, Dov, I'm thinking about just coming in here. What do you think? Are you happy here? Okay. You get a little bit of shade as well. Win-win. Wild dogs can also be like lions. Sometimes they like sleeping in a big cuddle puddle. When it's cold. Naturally not when it's too hot. That's a little bit better. Wild dogs of all the animals really do have the most structured social order of all carnivores. It's almost altruistic. I guess nothing in the wild can be called complete altruism, but it's almost altruistic. The dynamics are really incredible, and both the elderly, the old, and the young, the pups, are really high regarded. They're the most regarded of all. They each look after each other. All the adults will look after the pups. They'll regurgitate for them, bring back food, act as a security guard. They'll bring back food for the elderly as well. Or the sick or the weak, anyone that's injured in the pack, you will be looked after. And there's very few examples of that in the animal kingdom, to be honest. And that's because the pack is so important, so they need to look after each other. You will see examples sort of online of severely injured dogs, but they've survived because they're being looked after by other members of the pack. Spark, you're saying whether they're resting or they're running, they're always special to see 100%. I think it's because we know they're so fragile and so endangered as well. Been hit by rabies, anthrax, canine distemper, regarded as vermin for a long time, and that's why the name change came about. As many of you know, they thought wild dogs suggested dirty, wild, not nice. I think we should celebrate wild, you know, it's great, let's be wild and free, but of course it does have other connotations. And they were shot by farmers. They were shot by anyone if they came onto the land. But of course, through education and conservation, a lot of that has changed now. But there's a big movement still focusing on the fact that wild and wild dogs might not be the most positive thing to call them. Kimberly, you're saying you think they should be called family dogs. Family dogs. Do you guys like that? I think they like it, Kimberly. Family dogs, because it's all about the family. Look at that. What a perfect, oh, what a perfect pillow until it moves, huh? It's not so perfect when your pillow moves. I don't want my pillow to ever move like that. Okay. Definitely not moving as quick as I hoped they would, but I believe Cedric has made it all the way to Chitwa.
Yeah, welcome back with us. So we found this beautiful brown snake eagle. We're currently on Chitwa, not far from the dam. And it is quite nice to see because he's like sitting just on one little branch. It is a very good advantage point for him there. You can see all around him. So we can weigh up to 2 kilograms, so it's quite a big bird. A very good visual, we can see very well, and even when they fly very high they can see very well. They will generally feed on snakes, but also other reptiles. Just wanted to look a bit in our direction. There we go. How beautiful is this bright yellow eyes. So how you will identify brown snake eagle is generally with the bright yellow eyes, and also you will see there's no feathers on the legs. So snake eagles generally don't have feathers on their legs. Might go to the bathroom, there we go. And also they generally have quite a large head. It can happen sometime when they go to the bathroom like that's what they want to start flying. So they might start flying. Hopefully not, but we can look at it a bit longer. So what we will do after here, I think we'll go check the dam on Chitwa. I don't think the buffaloes are still there. But we will generally have quite a large head. So it might start flying. Hopefully not, but we can look at it a bit longer. So what we'll do after here, I think we'll go check the dam on Chitwa. I don't think the buffaloes are still there. But we will generally have quite a large head. So it might start flying. Hopefully not, but we can look at it a bit longer. So what we'll do after here, I think we'll go check the dam But far in the distance I can see one hippo outside the water. So we might go have a look there after. Now you would like to know the wingspan of a brown snake eagle. I'm not sure, I don't have the info with me, but it's quite big. It should be about 1.5 meters, I would assume. Oh, there it goes. It's not the biggest of the eagles, but it's quite big. But I will check the exact measurement on the wingspan. Okay, left us. So we go down to the dam now and hopefully have a look at the hippo which is outside the water. It would be nice to see something else as well. Maybe my ribs could be in the area, that would be great. So this is where we saw the big herd of buffalo this morning, and I think they moved off west into that block there. Yeah, so apparently the size of the wingspan of a brown snake eagle is about 160 to 170 centimeters. So I was not far off, about 150 centimeters. Jumping from one eagle to another. I will try to get the best view of them, but there's two beautiful fish eagles. Okay, we're looking at this fish eagle now and we check around if there's anything else, and hopefully we'll get a bit lucky on chitwa.
We know their names, we see their hands, and we sometimes hear their muffled voice. One thing for sure is that WildEarth wouldn't be possible without the people behind the camera. It is often easy to forget the presence of the camera operator until you seamlessly follow a bird as it swoops through the air. And then you realize that you are the camera. Everything you see is because of a job well done. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and join Lauren at the fire on Saturday the 31st of July as she chats to David and BK to find out why they do what they do.
Hello everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Yeah, welcome back with us. So now we're looking at these two beautiful fish eagles. I'm hoping they might start calling. That would be very nice to hear. And yeah, I think this is the pair of fish eagles which is here every day. We do have some hippos as well in the background, underneath the tree there at the far end of the dam. It is quite a hot day, so they like to get out of the water during the day sometime, but today it is quite warm, so it's nice to see them out. There's always something to see here. Yeah, so like if we go back to the fish eagle, I think we'll do a bit of birding on our side today after the brown snake eagle. Talk a bit about the fish eagle. So the African fish eagle is a bit bigger than the brown snake eagle. The wingspan will be about 2 meters. So at least I know this one. But I was not far off for the brown snake eagle. And they weigh a little bit more, about 2.5 kilograms. They feed mainly on fish, but also they can eat some reptiles, like water monitor, for example. So when they are juvenile, they look a bit different. They have lots of black spots on the white part of their chest. It looks a bit different, and they don't have this bright yellow beak. So it takes them up to 4 to 5 years to reach adulthood. It is quite long, but still shorter than the battler, who take about 7 years, I think. There's the buffaloes coming behind us. Oh, what a good surprise. Oh, I think we are in for a treat now. The whole herd is coming to drink. So we can't show them to you now, but they will walk past the car soon. Or maybe I think I might just reposition quickly and then we can see them coming to drink. Just sneak on us there. Yeah. I'm just going to face in the way that we can see them going towards the water. It's amazing. We just drove there about 10 minutes ago. We didn't hear anything, and now we just showed up the whole herd. Sorry, I had to cut short the explanation on the fish eagle. So this is my second trip to Juma for the live safari, and when I was there about 3 weeks ago, I didn't see one buffalo, but I was a bit more lucky with leopards. But this time I see this herd of buffalo 3 times in free drive. So I guess this time I'm lucky with buffaloes. It is nice to spend time with buffaloes when they are in large numbers like that. It's quite impressive. I might have saw a yellow-billed oxpecker on one of them. Yeah, obviously the oxpeckers, it's the bird that you see on them there. There are some yellow-billed and red-billed oxpeckers, 2 different species, but I think there's a yellow-bill there which is quite rare to see. Yeah, on the one at the back. Did you get it? Or... Yeah, I will try to relocate it. There's a yellow-bill oxpecker on the one at the back. It's quite difficult now because they are moving. Yeah, so the yellow-bill oxpeckers are a little bit more rare to see. There we go. That's spotted. And then we get. Yeah, some yellow-billed speakers. I will have to let them pass. I don't want to block their way, and then I will try to reposition a bit later on the dam to have a look of them drinking. We might be blocked here for a while though. They're coming from every side. Mika, you're saying that these buffaloes have such a present to them, if I understood correctly. Yeah, they're quite big and strong and impressive animals. They are quite underrated. Like sometimes when people go on safari, excuse me, buffaloes are not an important part, but it's so nice to see them. And also it can be very entertaining, especially when they are being hunted by lions. It's a huge herd. You can see some of them are getting very excited to see the water. They do drink a lot of water. They are very water dependent. So we saw them drinking this morning, and now in the afternoon they're coming back to drink again. And they can drink, I assume for the big buffaloes, up to 35 liters in one go. Wow, look at running on the right side there. It's like a little migration. Oh, look at this one. I'm just trying to get an opportunity to go to the dam wall. There's still a few of them passing. As soon as I get a gap, I will try to go forward to get them from the front. Obviously, I don't want to disturb them too much, but I think we have a little gap now. And you would like to know if this might be the biggest herd of buffalo that I've ever seen? Yes, one of the biggest. I saw a few big herds before, but not much bigger than that, or actually the same size. So it might be, yeah, one of the biggest I ever saw. And I like spending time with buffaloes, especially when they are in big herds like that. Look at that. To try it. Is it fun there, Bika? And there's still more coming at the back. They generally form bigger groups in winter. The herds will be a bit smaller in summer, and in winter they normally get all back together and form very big herds. But herds of buffalo go into the thousands in some areas. There's a hammer cup flying there. This is awesome. just going to stay quiet a little while just to listen if you can hear them drink and all the different sounds around. Oh, it is very nice. There's still more coming at the back, so there will be quite a lot of buffaloes around. I know there are crocodiles in this. Oh, there's a crocodile actually when I'm saying that. In this dam, there's a big one on the other side there. We might try to get a young buffalo, the crocodiles. Some areas where the crocodiles get very big, we can even try to take down a big adult buffalo. Obviously it is not easy because buffaloes are very strong, but a young buffalo calf can be a good meal for a crocodile. I never saw a crocodile killing an animal except from a bird, so that would be quite interesting to see. Yeah, Linda, I haven't seen so many buffaloes in the wild. Yeah, me too. I think I didn't see buffaloes for quite a long time now, because last time I was here I didn't see one buffalo. And now I saw, yeah, this herd must be about 200, 300 buffaloes. It's a bit difficult to count, but there's a lot of buffaloes here. So when it's a hot day like that, it's always a good idea to check the dams. More often we see the elephants coming to drink. The funny thing with buffaloes is that when you're on foot and you approach a big herd of buffalo, obviously you have to keep a safe distance, but they can get quite curious and walk towards you. I think they feel more safe being in numbers. If you compare with the Daga boys, that we call the lone males, they are much more skittish and aggressive because they don't have the safety from the herd. Okay, we're going to try to reposition quickly to maybe get a better view, and we will spend a bit of more time with those buffaloes.
Okay, welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everybody. Watching a big herd of buffalo come down to a watering hole is really quite special. I haven't seen it in a long time. We've had smaller herds of buffalo kind of cruising through Ngala at the moment. That Birmingham Pride that we were with earlier kind of been targeting the buffalo that have been moving through. So if I was a buffalo, I wouldn't be anywhere near this place at the moment. It's similar to do with the wild dogs that Lauren's got, actually. So this time of the year, the wild dogs are kind of in their denning stage, and some of the puppies will start to get a bit older now. And for the past 4 years or so, the wild dogs have denned on Ngala. But this year, and I'm pretty sure it's to do with the lion dynamics, just huge prides of lions moving in and around, and wild dogs are incredibly susceptible to predation from lions. They won't like kind of predate, they won't kill the wild dogs to really eat them, but if a pride of lions kind of comes into contact with a wild dog and gets a chance to catch it or get its paw onto it or its jaws onto it, they'll certainly kill it. And you'll see often as well, once they've denned here as well, if you see lion tracks going towards a wild dog den, I mean, it's designed, the puppies are born inside like an old termite mound with these kind of excavations that are made by aardvarks often and then like kind of modified by the wild dogs. So they've specifically chosen those termite mounds to hide their puppies in, to actually protect them from animals like lions. And a lion being quite a lot bigger than a wild dog can often not quite get into the den. So often the puppies will be all right. Oh, there's a nice big giraffe in the road. Just turn off there quickly. So the puppies may be all right, but if the lions walk in there at the wrong time and the puppies are out and about, they will certainly be killed. It's amazing when you're just driving along what you can find sometimes. This big male giraffe just in front of us feeding, going down towards the river.
Still no movements from our sands pack. I'm a little bit surprised. It's getting chillier. I still haven't put on my fleece myself, actually. I'm trying to be brave. But there's definitely a nip in the air. And it's always a hit or a miss with dogs. If you're not there when they start moving, then you're not going to be able to catch up with them unless you can get ahead of them or you sort of go in the right direction that they're heading. So it is a bit of a waiting game, really. I'm intrigued to know where they're going to head. They may end up on the dam cam if they go for water. But Timbeta Pan is also very close, so they may also just go there. But they may also not go for water, just immediately start hunting. And if you remember that sighting with Steve, there's not much they won't do to get food. One of the dogs, I'm not sure what pack it was, went into Gallery Dam to get the impala. That was the first time I'd personally ever seen that happening. They need to eat. They won't go hungry. It's not so much a feast or famine lifestyle for the dogs like it is for the cats. Renee, I did go through that earlier. I won't overly repeat myself, but yes, they do. It's all about the pack. They will look after as much as they can, and really the only way that is, depending on the severity of a sort of injured dog, would be to bring back food. Bring back food and try to keep predators at bay. That there's stories of dogs from all across Africa with broken legs or 2 broken legs, and they still manage to survive because they've got the pack looking after them. The weak, the old, and the pups, they're priorities. And that is just a wonderful thing about wild dogs. One of the dogs here, I'm not sure which one it is now, has got a gash on its leg. So we'll try and get a view of that gash. But I don't think it's too severe. I don't think it's going to be long now, everybody. But we are going to send you guys over to Cedric, who's still at Juma.
Welcome back. These buffaloes train quite quickly, and now they're already moving back in the same direction they came from. It is quite impressive, so many buffaloes. Yeah, I think now they will continue feeding a bit longer until it gets dark, and also they can feed sometime at night as well, obviously. But the night time is a little bit more scary time for them. They like to sit in groups close to each other and protect themselves from predators. So you would see that the male have thicker middle part of the horns, which is called the boss, and the female is more thinner. The male use this big boss to fight each other, head-to-head combats, and it's very, very hard. You can see on this one now, drinking. And you can see the others, which is smaller. These would be the females. So they can suffer from disease, especially TB. It's not the same human disease as us, it's a different one. But this can also affect the predators. So for example, in some area where TB is quite common in buffaloes and the lions eat the buffaloes, the lions also can get this disease. And they get quite weakened by it. Okay, we're sending you to Lauren.
And it started just like that. I'm just going to be quiet because there's lots of wonderful sounds to listen to right now. Did you see that gash? There's 2 of them that are injured then. James, Richard, you're right. It's so worth it. You have got to wait a long time with sleepy dogs, but it's so joyous. They are just so happy to see one another. They've been lying sleeping next to one another, but it's just sort of greeting ceremony, not quite hyena style, but they're just overjoyed. So much excitement. I need it dies down, but this is some awake night. Decisions will be made soon. You can just feel their happiness, if that makes sense. Look at all those pearly whites. Okay, we are just going to reposition a little bit naturally. You try to move out the way for the animals. The animals all come into your shadow. Let me try this. Can we work with this for now, Dad? That was so wonderful. I really now think they're awake, alert, getting ready. So let's wait and see what happens.
One thing that WildEarth strives to achieve is to connect kids with our natural world. One person who agrees with this is Kate, an 11-year-old girl who founded Kids Can Save Animals to help inspire her generation to help mend the planet. Her motto is that kids may be young, but age does not define your impact. Kate is coming all the way from America to join us at Juma for a live safari. She wants to connect with all of the WildEarth kids, answer your questions, and help you understand that there are plenty of ways that you can make a difference regardless of your age. So join us on the 4th of August at 2:30 p.m. Central African Time for a very special kids safari. As one of the industry's best and Fagasa endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, two to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everybody. So I'm just going to keep quiet quickly. There's a hyena that's just started to call on our right-hand side. I don't know if you can hear that, but there's a hyena that's just started to call. It's getting to that time of the day. I thought I was just going to pop into this small little drainage line and kind of just check for a female leopard that we saw yesterday. And there's this most beautiful tree that's just at kind of the junction of the tributary into the Timbavati, and it's an amazing tree. In fact, it's two trees, and the one is what we call a Peter's fig. It's a type of strangular fig, and if you look closely, there's the one tree that's kind of wrapping itself around the other one. So the other tree that it's wrapping itself around is a jackalberry tree, and this huge fig tree would have started as a small little kind of seed that fell into maybe a little hole in the jackalberry and just started to grow out there until its roots went all the way down the trunks, kind of strangling around it, as they say, and then going down into the roots before it'll eventually completely take over the tree. It's now got its like support structure, then down into the roots, overtakes the roots, and then the tree dies, the jackalberry. You can actually see on the left-hand side a lot of the tree has already died, and then only on the right-hand side of the tree is it still alive. So as Odie goes up there, that left-hand side of the tree is all completely dead already. And then as soon as you go to the right, it's slightly more alive. But it's quite an interesting scenario here as well, because we are in this little drainage line, and it flows into the Timbavati. And the Timbavati at the moment, over recent years, is more of like a floodplain kind of river. So it doesn't flow permanently, but in big rainy, heavy rainy seasons, these drainage lines will pump. And you see I'm quite well below the level of the tree. The banks are quite high here, and that fig tree, the roots that have just gone into the ground are right on the edge of the bank. So in 1 or 2 big years of rain, that fig tree might be completely gone, and it'll just get washed down, or at least collapse. So if you look at the root system, like that's probably 2.5-3 meters above me on the left, and if there's a lot of water coming through here, it'll just take all the sand and the soil away, and then the tree will just collapse. And yeah, so I'm going to keep going. There was a female leopard seen here yesterday and a male leopard tracks this morning, so I'm going to keep going, send you over to Lauren.
They've come to Tumbeta Pan. So we're just slowly making our way there. Oh, I don't know if they actually are drinking. Do you know that? They're not. They're hunting. Okay. They didn't even come for a drink. This is Tumbeta Pan here. Okay, they're all up here. Bear with me. I don't want to get in the way of this other vehicle. You get them here, Dove? I can't believe they didn't even go for a drink. So much hope. We're very close to Gowrie Dam now. They may even head there. We're sort of on the southern side of the dam cam. They may appear on the dam cam very shortly. But remember, they're being quite vocal, they're being quite noisy. Prey species will hear that and know immediately, dogs. Sarah, you're saying it's so lovely to see them active indeed. It happens just like that. You've got to be ready. Once they're up, it's mayhem. Just want to see where they go. Bless you. There's normally a lot of sounds, a lot of excitement. It's not quite squittering, but it's sort of a high-pitched all sorts of vocalizations until a decision is made on where to go and what to do.
Hyena.
What do you see, Dove?
Hyena.
Oh, apparently there's a hyena somewhere. I quite believe it. I also can't see it, but I know there will be a hyena here, if not more than one. Oh yes, yes, Davy, you're right. Galloping, here we come. Gallop, gallop, gallop into the scene. Looks like it could be Swaz. It's going on the other. Yes, it is Swaz. I'm not sure it's right at the back of the car, Davy.
No, I can't get it.
Swazi on the scene. Let's just wait. He's going to pop out here. Or he should. Let's turn the vehicle around. It's not making it easy for Dobby. Ah, two, Swazi and... Would you look at this? I wonder why on earth they're following. Now, I think this is Luca. I could be wrong, though. I think we've got Luca and Swaz. Let's keep up with the dogs, though, because that's what the hyenas are going to be doing. They've been there the whole time. They've been there the whole day, sleeping somewhere, watching the dogs, waiting until they hear that noise. There's a dog. Do you see them, Dove? I see one. to go around. You've got to be careful when the grass is still long. There's one. And drive with much caution. Where is everybody? Sir 50, you're saying of all the hyenas, Swazi fascinates you the most. Sir 50, me too. I just love him to pieces. I obviously know that hyena very intimately. And Jesse fascinates me too. He could disperse at any point. He could also choose not to disperse. His mother was high ranked. But I do not know what Swazi is going to do. But Sir 50, I agree. I don't know where the whole pack have gone, I must say. We do have one dog. There's lots of impala at the other side of the dam. Where is everyone gone? Listening, you see. The dog is using a big satellite ears to listen. Okay, I'm not sure where the rest of the pack is, but I'm going to do my very best to catch up with them.
Welcome back, everybody. So, just kind of popped into the timber party here from that drainage line. And as we're about to turn the corner, there's a small troop of baboons who have very carefully picked this rock to stand on this afternoon. And the reason I'm saying that is the sun is about to set and it's going to start getting cold. I have been speaking about how today was quite warm actually, but as it starts to get late and that sun disappears, it's going to get very cold. And if you can see the sun, it's just touching the left-hand bank on the bend of the river there, pretty much exactly where the baboons have picked the rock to stand on. They are going to be out of the sun shortly, but that might be a good cue for them to kind of move up onto the bank and spend the evening kind of roosting in one of these bigger trees. You'll see the trees along the riverbed, like that fig tree that we just stopped at, the trees are much bigger and it provides a really good place for baboons to kind of sleep for the evening, as they are quite vulnerable in the evenings, but during the days they spend their time moving around on the ground, looking for all sorts of food. They are omnivorous as well. I mean, you often find them eating fruit, and you'll sometimes see males, like I've even seen a male baboon catch a scrub hare before. I also didn't watch it, but I saw a male baboon carrying a baby impala or an impala lamb one time. So they do eat meat, not very often, but they are omnivorous as well. So you will often see them kind of roosting in some of the fig trees, and then there's kind of endless food around them as well. Look at them kind of starting to make their way to the right-hand bank. It'll be interesting to see what tree they pick to sleep for the evening. Look at that little one riding, giving a good scratch. And off they go.
just seeing the end of a hyena walking by. There we go, with some guinea fowl. So we're still at the dam. Most of the buffalo moved into the block on the left, but there was this hyena just across the entire plain, and as you can see at the end, just went on that side. I was hoping that he might come for a drink. We still have a few buffalo bulls still behind. There was some elephant as well, but they moved off. They were in the thicket behind us. So there was quite a lot of activity here this afternoon. But I think we will start moving. Seeing this hyena mobile now, it's a good sign that the predators will start moving. It was very nice to spend time with the buffaloes again. But maybe, I think, let's make our way back to Juma and drive around and see what we can find there. I'm not sure where this hyena went. Unfortunately, there's no road going that way. What I know of. Maybe we can catch up with the buffaloes tomorrow if they're still around. Okay, so we will try to find our own predators. In the meantime, we'll send you to Lauren with the wild dogs.
It's been incredible. They're all at the dam, they're all drinking. And Swazi's here. Oh, look at that. This is picture. Look at the hippo. The hippo's coming. My goodness. This is incredible. Look at Swaz. Swazi, what are you doing, my dear friend? Oh, Joey's not happy. Sorry, I'm laughing at the hyenas. I think this is Luca Dove, staying on the periphery. And what are they looking at? Oh, nobody around this dam is happy. That's a territorial display. This hippo does not want these dogs here. Megan, you're seeing amazing sounds. Yes, absolutely. Look at that two-shot. Look at the size difference. The dogs are not even bothering with Swaz. The dogs are running to the far side. I'm not quite sure what their trajectory is after this dam. The Egyptian geese are also not happy. Sometimes I like to just stop and watch and let all you guys listen. Swaz, why do you always come to the car? So we were with Swazi's sister this morning in Ndebele. What do you think, Dov? Make a move? I don't know if they're going to go into that drainage line, but they are on this side. Yeah, I think maybe we should try and... I don't know if I can do this, everyone, but I'm going to try. Reversing down an embankment. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Voila! Never done that before. I really hope we can catch up with them. If they go into the drainage in front of the lodge, it's going to be really difficult, but if they come back up, then it won't be. I have no idea, not that I'm aware of. I mean, a dead hippo carcass, I'm sure they wouldn't sort of turn down. They've gone into the drainage, haven't they? But I think hunt would be the wrong terminology. I mean, maybe a calf, if it was sort of on its own. See, they've crossed the dam already. Do you see that? I'll give you some views and then... This is the exact mud wallow that the elephants love to wallow in. They've literally made it to the other side of the dam. But I've never seen dogs hunt a hippo, but never say never. A young calf was out exposed on its own. Yep, they're heading in the semi-direction of Galagopan. Okay, we're going to try and go around, everyone. It's going to take a bit of a Ferrari safari, but if we do want to see them... Sorry, I'm just considering what way to go. Hold on, Darby. Wild dog don't really have a plan. They just go. No impala, change direction, go. I didn't catch that name, but I haven't seen Ribbon. I do believe she has been sighted. But I personally haven't seen her. And I do believe she was seen not so long ago. Just spending a lot more time down south, Little Gowrie, Chitwa. When was the last time you were all on a Ferrari safari? Happens to be one of the worst roads that they've chosen, but that's okay. We know these roads. We're still a little bit away from them. I think they're on the other side. My Ferrari safari has been halted. Okay, hopefully we are able to relocate our now very active wild dogs.
Hi, I'm Dee from the south coast of England. Today I was told I have won the most amazing prize to go to Marataba. Oh, I can't believe it. I became hooked on WildEarth last year when I was trying to escape COVID, and animals are my thing. I just love them and I love what WildEarth does. So that's why I wanted to become an explorer. Just so looking forward to going out to Marataba. Want to do a walking safari. Thank you so much, WildEarth.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
We don't have the dogs yet, I'm afraid. And there's a vehicle in front of us. We're not actually able to go anywhere. But we are sitting tight and listening. The dogs are in that drainage somewhere.
Nigel from Peace Camp. Who is with us in Ngala?
Listening is key here. It's amazing how quickly you use dogs. This is a huge drainage line. We don't have them. We'll just let Aubrey go up ahead. The trajectory was that way. What do you think, Tav? Oops. Almost forgot how to drive there. Peter, wild dogs never hunt at night. They're not nocturnal. They're crepuscular. Active during sunrise and sunset. I mean, maybe on a night of full moon you can find wild dogs hunting. But they're not nocturnal. They generally are sort of diurnal, if you like. You'll find them. It's a whole lot of dust. You will find them very inactive at nighttime, hiding away from all the other predators that are active at nighttime. Which way? My eyes are so full of dust right now. Okay, doggies, we found you. I can smell them. They're going to disappear into that drainage that Tingana also disappeared in this morning. We're going to loop round. This is a dead end. This is going to take some time to get around, but we're just going to try our luck and see if they do pop out. We might not get lucky. But this road is actually a dead end and we don't have a view. Once the light gets a little bit lower, we will abort. I don't obviously look at dogs in the dark, and that's because they are nocturnal. We don't spotlight them or put any artificial light on them. We definitely are losing light. So we'll give one scratch around and then we may leave it. Go for a little bumble and see what else we can find. Go up Gallagher shortcut and then I think losing too much light. This is when my eyes start to struggle. So as soon as your human eyes start to struggle, you know. It's that sunset hour. Oh, I might need to put my jacket on too. It's amazing, we're in the same area. We've been spending lots of time with Tingana. Really chilly. I'm gonna put my jacket on, everyone, sorry. It's very cold. I'm not getting a chance to put it on. Bear with me. Are you wrapped up, Davy? Yes. That's a bit better. Sorry everyone, I was just getting really chilly there. So as I zip up my second layer, we are going to send you over to Cedric.
come back with me. So we're back on Juma. We just drove past Treehouse Dam, but unfortunately it was very quiet. So I think we're just going to bumble around now, check Cut Line and then Zoe's Road, and hopefully we can pick up on something. I'm hoping that maybe Dogman could come on Juma maybe tomorrow, as he's not very far from Juma. I don't think we got any sighting of lions on Juma today, so it would be good to have some lions back on the property. I did spend a very nice time with Dogman here on Philemon Cut Line on one of my first drives actually. It was very nice. And now we are looking for a leopard, hopefully. So obviously I'm not going to go back to Gary Dam because Violette is in that area. Sorry, Lauren is in that area. I don't know what happened there. And so we better check the western side of the property. I'm very happy for spending time with the buffaloes earlier. There was so many animals around, it was very nice. Okay, so we're going to continue our little adventure and we'll send you to Dan, who is also on the bumble.
Cool, welcome back everybody. So yeah, I'm still in the riverbed. I do love the riverbed, particularly at this time of day. It really is beautiful and the sounds are alive, and just your kind of field of view is always really good as well. So a really good place to be. Leopards use this riverbed all the time. I've just kind of driven through an area where yesterday we found, it was probably my second or third time seeing this leopard. She comes from the Timbavati. I don't know what they called her up there, but she's now starting to kind of create a territory in the middle, or one of the central parts of our reserve. And this riverbed, I counted her tracks up and down, not today, but in the past like week and a half, probably 4 or 5 times, or a week or so, which is crazy to see that kind of activity going up and down. And yesterday we found her and she just caught a baby duiker. So she's really starting to move in and settle in. I know Nick saw her probably about a month ago as well, mating with male's tracks. So sometimes gets seen. And yeah, they call him the Mantleve male, which is a reference to his like half-eaten ear. And Nick saw them mating. So, geez, what was that, about a month ago? Maybe another 2 months or so. And then we're going to have another leopard who's probably going to give birth. And if she's anything like the leopards in the past, which she may be or may not, the riverbed is a really good place for her to den as well. You get these kind of taller banks, bigger trees, like intricate root systems that you can hide little cubs in, big buffalo thorn thickets like this. Lions, the Birmingham Pride always den in the riverbed and always hide their cubs in like buffalo thorn thickets like this. That's a serious defense mechanism in this tree. I mean, gets its name, the buffalo thorn, because I've never actually seen it, to be honest, but a buffalo, when it's being attacked by lions, will kind of reverse its bum into that tree, ensuring that the lions can't come from behind it while it uses its horns and its big strong head to fend them off from the front. So it's got these kind of forward-facing and backward-facing thorns. So whichever way you go into that thing, you're going to get hurt, and on the way out, you're going to get double hurt. So a really good protective tree, and you see how thick and dense they are in the riverbed. So to put little leopard cubs, trying to keep them out of the attention of hyenas and lions and other leopards. Even little baby leopard cubs could fall prey to a bird or a snake or something like that. Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, so yesterday I got to spend almost about 2 hours with this female leopard who I haven't seen much before. I think one time before. Ian, which animal is rarest to find by the riverbed? So here in Ngala, the more common ones to find around the riverbed, like lots of predators use it. There's also often water around here, and you'll see elephants digging in the riverbed to get to water. So that presence of water or permanent water will attract like your leopards and your lions as well. The bigger trees on the bank, there's really good dense vegetation on the bank. So the common ones that we see around will be like kudu, impalas just on the other side, and then sometimes in the middle. Elephants love the riverbed. Some of the ones that we don't see around so often would be like your more open areas. We don't see cheetah around the riverbed too often. We don't see steenbok around the river too often. So those are generally, like we see them in more open areas just for their own safety more than anything. And you'll see the riverbed as well provides all sorts of more habitats and homes to birds. And you'll find certain birds here in the riverbed, like lots of vultures. They nest at the top of the trees. And as soon as you leave the riverbed, you might find a completely different type of bird. They're starting to nest on the ground more, like korans around, the plovers and lapwings. And you get to water sources as well, like permanent water sources. So birds, certain species of birds are some of the things you might not see around the river so often. But for the most part, if you're wanting to bird around the river, it's generally the best. Lots of trees, lots of vegetation, lots of food as well. So yeah, we're coming up ahead of us towards one of the lodges, in fact, and last night the lions were the Birmingham Pride that we were with this afternoon. They walked literally all the way around the camp. You kind of heard them in the morning and you could see their tracks in the morning, and there were 23 lions, so lots of tracks all the way around the camp. It was quite cool this morning to wake up to lions roaring just outside our room.
Welcome back to Juma. We're currently looking at a beautiful horizon. Yeah, you can see the chain of mountain on the back there, and it is beautiful with the sun that has set. I'm just going to stay quiet a bit and we can listen and enjoy the bush. It is a beautiful time of the day, just after the sunset. And the colors are beautiful. It is also a very good time for the predators, so hopefully we'll be able to find one.
Okay, so welcome back. I'm still in the riverbed, and I've actually spent a lot of my time in the riverbed today. I was kind of chatting to Odie about where we're going to find leopards and the best shot of it. And so Odie's last drive this afternoon, so we were like, oh no, tomorrow morning. Hey Odie, tonight is Odie's last one, so we're like, let's kind of spend some time in the riverbed and hopefully we get lucky. We've kind of gone through lots of different leopard territories, and we're heading to probably our greatest chance of finding the leopard is in the Ngala female's territory. So we actually probably just crossed into her territory now. So this, I'm sure, over the past few weeks and months, you guys have been watching her quite frequently. And she's got those two little cubs who are probably 19, getting closer to 20 weeks old now. And she's been moving around here lots. So this is kind of like the final little stretch that I think I'm going to be in the riverbed, and we've given ourselves a really good chance to find her. Yeah, it's really the past, it wasn't all 19 weeks that we had such good leopard cub viewing, at least. But it's been amazing to watch these two little ones, and for a change, they're in such a nice area for us to work, or relatively easy compared to a lot of the other areas where the riverbed is also central to it. So to find tracks in the riverbed is generally quite easy, or relatively easy compared to a road that might have grass falling on top of it. But so you'll see lots of tracks. It can be tricky at times though in the riverbed to tell the difference between fresh and old tracks. So you'll see a lion track or a leopard track in the riverbed can look very fresh for a couple of days even, particularly if there's no wind or large herds of elephants or lots of general game in the area. That's how earlier when I was saying I counted how many times that other female leopard cut between the two banks, and I think it was 4 or 5 times in the past week or so. I'm guessing a week, might be more, might be less. So huge activity, and you can actually see them even just driving like this very easily. So yeah, heading into the Ngala female territory for the past couple of, probably about 4 weeks, maybe a little bit longer than that even. We've been viewing these cubs quite regularly and watching them develop, and how money, what does the average temperature do in the middle of the day? In the winter time, it's still pretty pleasant. I mean, it's starting to get chilly now, and as soon as the sun disappears, it does get quite cold, particularly here in the river. But during the day, if you're sitting in the sun, it's really warm actually. The other day it was above 30 degrees, I think it was yesterday. Today it must have been close to 30 degrees. So in the day it's really warm, but in the mornings and the evenings it's quite chilly. But from here on, it's going to start getting warmer and warmer, and the mornings and the evenings are going to start warming up as well. I'm looking quite forward to it, actually. The past 2 weeks have been incredibly cold here, so I'm looking forward to it warming up again. We might have 1 or 2 more cold snaps before it really starts to warm up. Don't even need those. So yeah, I mean, I was going back to those 2 leopard cubs and watching them develop and grow up is amazing. And even in the past 4 weeks of being followed up and found and watched, their personalities and their confidence is really coming out. So you can see the kind of 2. The one is already slightly more shy than the other one more confident, of course. And you'll see from a distance, the shy one will try and hide away, and it'll be interesting to see the sexes of them. I tried to sex them the other day, but I've been caught out once or twice by trying to sex a leopard almost too early. It looking like a female, and then all of a sudden it grows a pair of testes. So, sorry, I actually don't want to cut out of here. I want to keep going one more crossing. Just one more crossing. If it will go. Go. There we go. So watching their personalities develop, and it'll be interesting to see. You'll often find that shyer one is, in fact, a female, and the more confident one is the male. It's just from my experience over the past few years. I might be completely wrong. But you'll see the males will start to outcompete and dominate the females and their sisters very quickly. Okay, Yes, elephants have really walked over this kind of track, making the sand super soft. Now time for some lights. No, not yet, I'll keep the lights off. But these like rocky outcrops on the right hand side, this female, the Ngala female, used these rocks to den, and the Ngala female's mother used these same rocks to raise her, which is very interesting. Okay, so I'm going to keep going to the next crossing, see if we can't find the Ngala female maybe moving around. In the meantime, I'll send you over to Lauren. Okay, welcome back. It seems lost a little bit of connection with Lauren there. Yeah, I was actually just saying how lots of elephants and animal activity in this track on the road has made the sand super soft, and the vehicle is struggling a little bit more than if it was slightly more compacted. Lots of elephant tracks, lots of elephant holes, lots of elephant dung around. Actually, I'm going to turn my lights off. It really is beautiful. How's that color up ahead? The trees look so dark. Actually looks quite ominous. I might even just stop and give a quick listen. I mean, that's always one of the best things you can do out here, is if you just stop, take a step back for a moment and try and let everything around you guide you. You can hear a few bats and things flying around. Can you hear a chagra calling? You know what, still I'm just kind of waiting to see if a lion doesn't roar. I mean, particularly in the riverbed here, I have spent the whole drive and spoken a lot about it. But you'll see if a lion roars in the riverbed or just on the bank as well, it kind of like echoes throughout this river. It really is quite amazing. And I think I am super biased to lions in the first place. But a lion roaring, particularly getting like the whole pride roaring. We got the Birmingham pride to roar. Well, I didn't get them to roar, but they did roar. Sounds like they just do it on demand, but that's certainly not the case. They all roared around us, and the cubs are still, a couple of them tried to start, and it was very cute, but for the most part, they were just playing with each other, and they just loved, they fed off of the energy of the rest of the pride. And it really is, the power that goes into it is really quite spectacular. Dead quiet, eh? Ichigumi seems so peaceful. It is incredibly peaceful. Really, really is. Venus has just come out as well, kind of like the evening star. I don't even know if the camera could pick it up. It's still very light. But Venus has just come out, very bright planet. And not a breath of wind, or not even a movement around, not a call from a bird. It's dead still. might keep going. It has been quite a special 2 minutes or so, just stopping and listening. And I keep going in the riverbed. I haven't heard anything that's going to take us towards this leopard, so our best shot is just driving.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Agama Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious, and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala! There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
You've got our sound back. How wonderful. I'm nice and warm now. I was getting very, very cold there. Sorry, the temperatures really do drop and it's not pleasant. Got 3 layers on now. 3. Now we left the dogs. I made up my mind that I couldn't see well. My vision was not functioning as it should, and we needed to put lights on in the car. Once you need to put lights on in the car, then you shouldn't be with dog. So we've just let them go. But I do have a funny feeling that they've done a U-turn. I could smell them on Gary Main, and we saw the hyenas vroom, vroom, fly by. Makes me think they've gone south again. Not Gary Main. Did I say Gary Main? I meant Rotella Access. My apologies. But I could smell them. They were definitely there, but we're just going to leave them. I think we have more than enough wild dog viewing for today. So now we're on the search for some nocturnal animals. Oh, Scrub Bear, why do you want to run into the car? My goodness. There was such a lovely sighting with them today. They're definitely hunting somewhere. But you've got to make that call at some point. The cold front's definitely left us. I mean, that was really cold last week. Eyes popping out your sockets cold. It's still cold, but it's not that cold. That cold front is definitely eased up. Gichigumi, you are asking something. Did you get it, Dove? We both didn't get it. actually don't know. Kichigumi, I don't know what species of bats we get here, I'm afraid. I'm not too acquainted with the bats. It's the small bats. You get sort of the big fruit-eating bats, the macro type. I don't actually know what species, I'm afraid. We do see them flying around at night time, but it's quick flashes, and you know it's not a bird. And immediately you know that was a bat. But I don't know the species, I'm sorry. I mean, they were Nabella and Intima's son, if that's what you mean. If you mean update on where they went, I do not know. They were running amok. We heard it was actually fantastic. We sat there in the block and we sat in the block and we just listened to all the contact calls. Hyenas running in front of the car. They were all calling one another. They were gathering the clan. Everyone was coming. It was all very exciting. But I'm not sure exactly where the Dane is, I'm afraid. We still need to work on that. But as I bumble in the dark, we're going to send you guys over to Cedric.
Fine. Yeah, we got some wild dogs. Just driving 4 of them. I'm not sure if it's the same that was with Lauren earlier. But now they decided to move a bit, so it is a bit difficult because I had to reverse and... as you can see, they're moving in the thicket. I'm going to try to reverse and maybe take the road at the back and see if we can get the better... Yeah. That was a nice surprise there, in the middle of a road. There's a road like that. Okay. They were moving in that direction, trying to get on the other road, and okay, we will try to relocate them and hopefully we will come on the road again.
Okay, welcome back everybody. So, I know earlier I said I'm going to go to the next crossing. Got to the next crossing, I said one more crossing. Hopefully we're going to bump into a leopard. That's kind of my aim. But it's proven to be a bit quiet for now, but beautiful in its own way. We kind of stopped for a moment to just stop and listen, and it was dead quiet. It really is quite special. And normally on an occasion, not normally, it can be alive, like with lots of life, particularly in the summertime. You'll see after like a big rainstorm or something, the frogs that are making noises, the insects, the birds, the animals. It really is quite crazy. And whereas on an evening like tonight, in the dead of winter, quite cold, still not a breath of wind, not a bird calling. You might hear throughout the evening like a scop's owl maybe calling. Very, very synonymous with wintertime here in the Lowveld. Sometimes in the early mornings and the early evenings, fiery-necked nightjars. You get a couple of other nightjars here as well. You get the square-tailed nightjar, which you'll start to hear a little bit more in the next few months. Used to be called the Mozambican nightjar, now square-tailed nightjar. Then you get freckled nightjar, European nightjar. The European nightjar, though, you don't hear calling here because it is a migratory bird that only calls in Europe, doesn't make a call here in South Africa. But those are some of the nocturnal birds, all sorts of other owls and things as well. You'll hear like animals that rasp, like leopards. You'll hear them clearly, and lions roaring. On these cold, still evenings, the sound travels so far. But you can hear them for many, many miles away.
Luck yet, everyone, with nocturnal animals. I got asked for a bush baby the other night, and my goodness, I haven't seen a bush baby in a very long time. I think winter affects their activity. But we'll still try. I would like to try and show you one. I remember when all of these trees were filled with chameleons. We couldn't drive for the chameleons. They were everywhere. I thought I saw eye shine there, but I'm obviously losing my mind. What we're really looking for at night time is nocturnal animals, rather than spending time with your diurnal animals such as your impala. It's not really what you're looking for at night time. You will see them naturally. Your spotlight will pick up the eye shine. It's not really what you're looking for. I wonder where Mr. Tingana ended up. I think those alarm calls earlier were him. I have absolutely no proof, but I think it's roughly coming in the area that he would walk. It's coming from the Mvubu side, and I think that's what they were all alarming at while we were at the dogs. The other night, and I don't know. We don't really, traverse at night time, to be honest. I mean, the sun is just set. It's not pitch black. There's a lot about the nocturnal world that we don't know because we don't drive. The steamboat gets me every time. We're not going to do it though. The camera trap study that, goodness, maybe that was 2 years ago now. Wow, time flies in the bush. Showed a lot of African wildcat. A lot. Way more than we ever see or ever have seen. But then hyenas, leopards, lions, they're all also classified as nocturnal. Owls are classified as nocturnal. So that's a very broad question. And I really don't know. I mean, we do see lots of porcupine tracks. We do see honey badger tracks. We do see white-tailed mongoose, genets. There's lots of other nocturnal animals as well. From your insects that come out in summer, you get lots of nocturnal insects, remember? Animals covers everything. So I think if I would have to guess the highest population, I'm going to throw it out there. would be termites. They work all through the night. Or moths in summer. I don't think that's what you were looking for, but in terms of the mammals, a proper study's never really been conducted on populations here. So it would just really be me guessing. But there are lots of nocturnal animals in all sorts of categories. From your birds to your insects, mammals, frogs, even in summer. A lot of frogs are nocturnal. And that lapwing, I think. I can't see it though. Okay, I'm going to scratch around quarantine, see if I can pick up on anything that's nocturnal. And we're going to send you guys back over to Cedric.
Welcome back with me. So these wild dogs just ran into the block and we checked the left side road where they were running towards, but we didn't see anything, so now we're checking the other road. We also saw a hyena and there was a strong smell of stomach content, I'm not sure, so maybe these wild dogs have killed something around here. The problem like that is we can move so fast, and at night, if it's a thick block like this one, it is quite difficult to follow them. I am very happy that I could see them at least for a short while. I know you spent a lot of time with them today. Doesn't look like they are here as well. I might turn around and head towards closer to camp and see, because we were heading in that direction, so we never know. Let me turn around here. It's always nice when we run on the road. When we start running in the bushes, it's something different. Yeah, and also it's not very good, and we're not really allowed to see them at night, so we had a quick look, so I think now we'll start looking for something else. Fortunately, we saw them just the last minute, and now we will leave them alone and continue to do what they do. Okay, so we'll continue and hopefully we can find some more nocturnal animals. That would be good.
We know their names, we see their hands, and we sometimes hear their muffled voice. One thing for sure is that WildEarth wouldn't be possible without the people behind the camera. It is often easy to forget the presence of the camera operator until you seamlessly follow a bird as it swoops through the air. And then you realize that you are the camera. Everything you see is because of a job well done. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and join Lauren at the fire on Saturday the 31st of July as she chats to David and BK to find out why they do what they do.
My name is Moritz and I come to you live every day from Tswalu Kalahari here in South Africa. My favorite thing is probably the predators. And as you can see, we're looking at some of them right now. These are the kings of the Kalahari. Spending time with the cats, it's just a privilege. And I love their behavior, you know, the more that you look at them, just the power and the sheer beauty and elegance of them.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush. So this elephant that's kind of drinking right next to us here, loving the water in the riverbed, saying that I'm sure this hole was dug. You hear the water hitting the ground there. I'm sure this hole was dug by another elephant, probably a matriarch. Tell me to move back a tad, Odie. Is that right, Ods? Now we can really see into that hole. You see how the end of the trunk is wet? You see how, I don't want to say lazy, but lethargic this elephant is. It's amazing how that trunk can be used as almost like a hand and as a tool at the same time. Listen to the grumbles, form of communication to maybe another elephant around. Listen. It's amazing how just that sound, we were commenting earlier about how still tonight is, how peaceful and quiet. That noise.
Yeah, we found a white-tailed mongoose on quarantine. Very nice. I'm not very familiar with mongoose. I don't see them quite often. It is a bit far, and it's walking away. But what a cool sighting. It's kind of back. I'm trying to go a bit forward and see if I can find it again. It's not very easy because it's far and there's no roads there. And obviously at night make it a little bit more tricky. There it is. Okay, sorry about the dust. Very nice to see. Looks like it's digging. Yes, Anna, what a great find. Yes, indeed. I think I saw only 3 or 4 times white-tailed mongoose before. So for me it's quite cool to see. I hope you're enjoying it as well. There it goes. It is quite far now, so I'm sure the image is not the best. It's about 100 meters from us. So it's not very easy. There it goes. It was very nice to see. Let's see what else we can find. Maybe a nice owl to end the show. Yeah, white-tailed mongoose are quite big mongoose. Obviously much bigger than a dwarf mongoose, but bigger also than a banded mongoose. Okay, so we'll try to see what we can find. In the meantime, we'll send you to Dan at Ngala.
Welcome back, everybody. So I've just kind of left that elephant to carry on feeding. Just about to cross out of the river now as well. To a step. Just gonna take it out of low range. Not coming out. Let's try reverse quickly. There we go. Okay, so we're still kind of in the Ngala female's territory. I'd love to see an owl or something this evening, maybe feeding on something in the road, or looking for food at least. Keeping our eyes peeled here. Do I know who might have fathered the Ngala female cubs? The answer is no. So a female leopard, when she comes into estrus, she's quite persistent with how she seeks out a mate. And you'll see there's actually been a huge void in this kind of central to eastern part of the property for almost 2 years or so now, where our local resident male just kind of disappeared, and his role hasn't been kind of fulfilled, but within his role he encompassed lots of different females, including one being the Ngala female. So once he left, and then her previous cub got old enough and left, she came back into estrus. Now she starts to scent mark and patrol her territory, rasping and calling, and there's no response, there's no male to find her, so she had to leave quite far out of her own territory looking for a male. And unfortunately, I have no idea when that was or who it was, I'm afraid. It was obviously a few months ago, but I don't know, like we didn't know where she was for those couple of days or a week or maybe even 2 weeks that she just kind of disappeared. So I'm not sure who the male is. I don't even have some options. There might be some territorial male just to the east of us in the Kruger. It might be that Mandleve male who we kind of talked about a little bit this morning, or this afternoon, sorry. Yeah, it could be either of those. Those would be my two best guesses. Otherwise, it could have been some sneaky male leopard that just kind of snuck into the central past, responding to her incessant calling. Maybe he came from the north, snuck into the central south from the north. Tricky to say. Actually driving not too far away from where we left the Birmingham Pride earlier this afternoon. Interesting to see if they don't pop out. I'm sure they're on the move now. They were all looking very hungry. I'm sure they're already on their way chasing, or not chasing, but following that herd of buffalo. Does Ngala collect leopard scat for research? The answer is no. It's an interesting question, that. The answer is no. We don't, unfortunately. We don't really. There are certain things of research, but myself personally am not so directly involved in it. We do have the South African Wildlife College, which is on the property, which does all sorts of their own research. There is also on the property Herhausen's Veterinary Research Institute, which does a lot of research into more the diseases in animals. So lots of veterinary students will come down to here and kind of focus specifically on diseases in these wild animals. Might be an outbreak of a certain disease which causes sorry, I just thought I saw something. Many animals to die at one time, and they may come in just to investigate and do some research on those specific diseases. I'm just going to slow down a little bit here as this is kind of that area where the White Lions and the Birmingham Pride were. I might even be able to spot their tracks crossing the road with the lights on. Oh goodness, there they are. See them in the road there, Odie? Oh, they're still looking very tired. That's super cool. Bump into them. I thought they were going to be long gone by now, but here they are, just lying in the road, conserving their energy until they have to look for food a little bit later, and I'm certain they're going to go out looking for food. There's too many of them here not to. They may even separate completely, in which case some of them might. But it gives us a really good opportunity to know where to start tomorrow and follow that. Maybe that herd of buffalo, go look for that, go look for these lions. It'll be very interesting. But thanks very much, everybody, for an amazing afternoon. It really has been quite peaceful. Good to be back behind the...
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good morning and welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. We are currently looking at a beautiful brown-hooded kingfisher. It is a very misty morning here at Juma. So the plan for this morning, we will be reporting live from different locations such as Ngala, Pridelands and Juma. So welcome, jump on board, and I hope you will enjoy your very own live safari from the African bush. Welcome back to Juma. As you can see, it is very misty this morning, quite cold as well. We are currently at Gary Dam. There was a hippo now, who just went under the water. So I think our plan for our side for today would be to drive around here let's see what we can find. I know that Lauren will follow up on Tingana. My name is Cedric and I have BK on camera with me this morning. So we're very happy to have you with us. Hopefully it will be an exciting day and we'll do our best to show you great sightings. Yeah, it's very quiet at Gary Dam this morning and it's very misty. So if you sometimes look in front, you can see just about 50 meters in front of you. It is beautiful. I think the sunrise will be beautiful this morning, a bit later. Yeah, we don't have any specific plan on our side, so we'll just bumble around and see what we can find. Would love to see a leopard or even some lions this morning. It is a quiet morning, no wind. So please don't forget to send us your question. You can send it at #WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on YouTube, and also you can register on our website to go on the live safari page and ask you your question. If you're underage, you can also send us an email on kidsquestion@wildearth.tv. We would love to hear from you and we will do our best to answer your question as best as we can. Yeah. I'm just hoping that the hippo pop up again and start making some sound. Judy, yes, it is very misty. I think it's the first time I see so much mist. Yeah, well, I haven't been at Juma for a very long time, but yes, it is very misty and quite cold. Yeah, this hippo was like snorting now, and it was very, very loud. It was echoing in the little valley here. I don't know how well you can see on the camera with the mist. But down again. Yesterday we saw a very big herd of buffalo here. Hopefully we can find them again today. Okay, as you can see, it's a misty day here, quite cold, but let's see what is the weather at all our locations.
Wow, look at how beautiful that sunrise is. The wonders and the beauties of nature. One of the beautiful sunrises of the Lowveld region. A very good morning to all our viewers and welcome to andBeyond Ngala in Kruger National Park. I'm Marcus Koza and I've got Owen on camera. Yeah, so this morning, of course, we have put that beautiful sunrise that you see on your screen there. It's quite a beautiful weather this morning at andBeyond Ngala. So about 11 degrees Celsius, which is not that bad at all. And of course, we are still enjoying the view of the sunrise. And the plan for this morning would be to again catch up with the Birmingham Pride to find out what might have happened since the last time we saw them.
But yeah, of course, before we get to the pride, there are a lot of things that we can share with our viewers, including that beautiful sunrise. And I had some ground hornbills at a distance, which I almost thought it was this pride that we are trying or hoping to catch up with. So yeah, we are not really that far away from where we have last seen them. And actually driving on the road this morning, I saw quite a few tracks of what is likely to be this pride that we are looking for. So it shows they have moved, not that much I hope, but hopefully they will have caught something, because I would love to see them feeding. And sorry about that, because of the mist we are having, we'll have to wipe the lens every now and then for that result, of course. How magnificent is this, eh? Yeah, right, for now, I think much as that sunrise, it is beautiful to watch, we are gonna keep on with our plan to try catch up with the Birmingham Pride. And I think JP would like to say hi to the viewers in Pridelands, so let's hand you over to him.
Good morning and welcome to WildEarth. We're live at Eco Training Pridelands and we are about to start our bushwalk. For the moment, both myself and Mimpo is on our little rocky outcrops, our favourite little dolerite outcrop that we both love, and enjoying a sunrise. So my name is JP LaRue, and as already mentioned, we've got Mimpo behind the camera. So you just sit and listen to all the sounds and hear what is going on. Some hyenas that were calling a few minutes ago in the distance, I was wondering what they were chattering about. So they've got a number of different calls that they will use for indicating different things. Quite often we also hear them kind of producing a long-range contact call, which they will alert others, especially when there's a carcass in the distance, which they would like to take over. So at the moment there's not much else that's calling. There was some birds, some golden-tailed woodpecker that was calling close by. Some crested franklins that are normally around this area, that's always making noise in the early mornings. We often hear birds chatter in the early part of the morning, and that's just simply to proclaim their territory, just to let other birds know of the same species that, listen, we are here, this is my territory, and it's not available to you. Hopefully from next month on, the dawn chorus will start sounding a little bit more enthusiastic from the bird side, as most temperatures will start warming up and most birds will start focusing on breeding again. And meanwhile, we're just going to be dead quiet and allow you to enjoy the morning sounds as well as that beautiful sunrise.
Welcome back to Juma. We are currently watching a beautiful sunrise. As you noticed, it is very misty still. So we're currently on quarantine now. I think after watching the sunrise we might head towards Treehouse Dam and see what's happening there. It would be nice to see it's a leopard walking into the mist with a sunrise. That would be beautiful to see.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Team Wendy's sunrise. The mist, the dewdrops, the light. It's just incredible. We had a great start. We had Tingana for you all. We were following him for a little bit, but sadly he has gone off into the trickiest of blocks. My name is Lauren. I have Davi on camera. I'm not turning around very well because I'm wrapped up in my cocoon, so I'm going to stay in my cocoon. But we did get an update. Tingana went on the animal path down Twin Dams, and lo and behold, you come wake up in the morning and he's on Gallagher Shortcut. He's been hanging around Juma a fair bit. He's mobile north, so there's a chance this is him moving into Buffelshoek, but sadly we no longer have him. He went deep into a drainage that the vehicle just won't make. But I'm not entirely sure what my plans are. I think I'm going to bumble west, check that area, and then head to the south. The hyenas really did appear from very close to Gowrie Main. I think the den is near Baboon Pan. I could be completely wrong. But I'm just going to scratch that area for some hyena action. You never know, we might get lucky. Okay, let's start bumbling. I love misty mornings like this. It creates such an eerie but beautiful atmosphere in the morning. Gallagher Shortcut, I think we should rename it to Tingana's Road. He is always on this road. Okay, we're going to bumble, see what we can find. And for now, over to Marcus.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everyone. So yeah, we are still on that quest to try catch up with the Birmingham Pride. So like I mentioned earlier, you know, on this road that I am driving, a whole lot of tracks are heading exactly to that direction that we are also headed to. So it looks promising, you know, much as it can change at any time. So I'll just try to keep up with these tracks and also try to see where they might cut into the blocks, which I'm hoping if they do, they cut to the block on our right here, which will be further into our property, because should they decide to head left, so the boundary road is actually quite close into Kruger, that if they do, they might even cross. But yeah, this is definitely that pride, because it is a lot of tracks here. Possibly the ones who were viewing yesterday. They still continue. So that's what I will do, keep on looking. And because it's still early in the morning, you know, those roast males can still call, which might give us an indication of which direction they might have taken this morning.
On the riverbed near Table Crossing at the moment, so I might just take the whole river that way and then hardcore.
So like there is a good chance that they can still be on the move because it is still cold, so it doesn't make them actually use as much energy when moving from area to the next. Charles, if I got that question correctly, you want to know how would mist affect a lion's hunting? So to a lesser extent, Charles, I don't think it will affect it as much, because if anything, that it can even use that to its advantage, you know, getting closer to this prey species, because of course if they can't really see far, like the lions as well, there is a good chance they can't see that far. But if they can smell something, you know, they will be able to pretty much tell the sort of distance that the animal they are smelling is in, you know. And then getting closer, these mist will actually work to their advantage. So I don't think it will affect it that much. There are still trucks on the road here. And yeah, it is very, very misty this morning. Can hardly see 300 meters away from you, or even 100 for that matter. It's not quite clear, you know, because of all this mist. So we'll have to rely more on these trucks to sort of lead us to where the pride is. So of course it does look like the mist is affecting my hunting in this case. I think it's even worth me driving to look at the eastern boundary there to see if they don't really. Adam, thank you for joining us this morning. So I have never had such encounters, Adam. So not yet anyway. because if I am still doing this, that day I'm sure will come. I'm so not looking forward to it, but when it comes, of course, I will have to deal with it. So as of yet, I haven't been charged at all, except for elephants that I may be charging the vehicle. I have had my fair share of those, but like on foot, I have not really had any scary encounters with these animals yet. Yeah, so like I mentioned, I'll go check the eastern boundary to see if those animals are not there, or if I'll be able to pick up tracks heading into Kruger, in which case we will know that the Birmingham Pride for the time being will have crossed the Kruger boundary. And yeah, sometimes when they do that, they take 4 to 6 days at most. Right, so in the meantime, let's send you over to Pridelands, see what JP has got for us.
Good morning and welcome back to Bushwalk. We're still enjoying our sunrise at the moment. There's a few interesting things that we would like to share with you about the sun. Firstly, it consists of almost 99% of our whole solar system. If we look at it, it's basically a ball of gas that consists of hydrogen as well as helium. It's situated roughly at 150 million kilometers away from us. And the light that it emits takes approximately 8 light minutes to reach us. Other than making me incredibly happy to see it rise every day, as I love sunsets and sunrises, it also provides us with a number of important ecological processes. And one of those things is it enables plants to produce food. As plants have got chlorophyll, and they can convert sunlight into an energy form that can then be taken on by a number of different herbivores. And eventually that energy will become available to a number of predators as well. We just have a bird that came into the tree right over here, just to our left-hand side. Let's quickly have a look at what it is. Now it looks like an African harrier hawk, which is one of my favorite birds of prey. Some of you actually might know them as a gymnogene, and in Afrikaans a kalwangvalk, because of a bare cheek. And quite often what they can do, or what you'll see them doing, is actually changing the color. It seems the Egyptian geese isn't too happy with them. They just chased him away. Very interesting bird of prey. It's actually double jointed when it comes to the joints, enabling it to hold onto a branch as well as put its leg into a nest hole to extract a chick from the nest. It's possible maybe that one of these geese has got another nest up here as well, as we already see that another pair of Egyptian geese is nesting at one of the other sides. But they don't only just go for the Egyptian geese chicks, they go for a wide range of other animals as well. Quite often I've seen them taking squirrels. I've also seen them extracting frogs from holes in the inside of trees and then eating these. We're going to continue our walk and go and see what else we can go and find.